There we go.
Okay, are we good?
We're good now.
Darren, can you confirm in the chat if we're good?
Sometimes stuff is random breaks.
All right, perfect. We're good. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for letting us know. All right, I will, for the third time, do my intro. Welcome to round one of our RCQ here in beautiful Kamloops, British Columbia. My name's Zach. I'm going to be on the mics for you today. We have started round one. We had a little bit of technical difficulties there, but round one, we do have Ken Darlington, local hero, playing the Boros Energy deck versus Jeffrey, who's playing the Necro Dominance mono black deck, which is a deck that we haven't seen so much since the banning of the One Ring, but Jeffrey's trying to make a comeback with it. So going to be a really interesting set of games for us today. We have 23 players. It's going to be 5 rounds of Swiss, with the top 4 players getting invites to the November Regional Championships in Calgary, Alberta. So Jeffrey's used a bunch of his removal spells early this game to stabilize the board, which I think is basically as good as an outcome as you can hope for. But hasn't been able to find either a Shield Druid or a Necrodominance or anything to really turn the corner. That said, if you make it through the early game against Boros, you are looking pretty. This Arkish Bowmaster, pretty good. There is a Goblin Bombardment down below that's cut off by the timer, which unfortunately I did not start just because these players took a little bit longer to get started because of some deck list issues early on, but that's all been resolved. So that is a Goblin Bombardment. So the Arkish Bowmaster does die. No token made because the ability was countered because of the target being illegal. We see the Ajani flip. This is going to be pretty tough for Jeffrey to come back from. He's going to need a Haymaker right now. Passes the turn. This is not what you want to be seeing if you're Jeffrey. Ken does play really well off the top as well, especially if he's not behind on board. And this Ajani is going to develop pretty quickly here. Looking at the mono black deck here, not too many cards that are actually going to help him come back from behind, other than exactly Necro plus Shield Druid. Everything else is a lot of 1-for-1 interaction, a lot of discard, and a lot of cards like Dothy Voidwalker, which don't play particularly well from behind. Inquisition here, going to see a hand of Thraben Charm and Flage, and that's enough, Jeffrey says. Couldn't quite stabilize that there. So Jeffrey's going to take game 1. I'm going to check if I can do... if I can change these pips. Oh. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait, wrong one. Yeah, I can make this work. Alright. So, Ken's up a game. I'm looking at the deck list in the sideboard here. What's going to come in for first for the mono black player? So, Jeffrey's got one copy of Damnation. That's almost certainly coming in. A copy of Engineered Explosives, a copy of Meat Hook Massacre, and a copy of Toxic Deluge. So, 4 different sweepers going to be coming in from Jeffrey. Obviously, Damnation and Meat Hook Massacre, I think, looking to the best. Toxic Deluge, a little sus against a deck that's as fast. Unsure how much life you're going to have to play around with there. But I expect all of those to come in. And I expect maybe some cards like Dothy Voidwalker or some of the discard spells to come out. Looking at Ken's side, I expect mostly just the 1 copy of Showdown of the Scalds is going to come in. Ken's really teched his deck for some specific matchups. 4 copies of Molten Rain. Unsure exactly how much Eldrazi is going to be in the room today. We'll find out more advanced deck statistics for you coming down in the next round once I've had a chance to collect all the lists and take a peek at them. But yeah, 4 Molten Rain, 2 Orm's Chant, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Clarion Conqueror. That's the new card from Tarkir Dragonstorm, the 3/3 that stops activated abilities. Very, very strong card in the right matchup. a Wrath of the Skies, the aforementioned Showdown of the Skalds, 1 Ghost Vacuum, a Deafening Silence, and a Soul Guide Lantern. So really, not too much I expect to change on Ken's side, and I mean, obviously, Game 1 worked out great for him, so it's going to be, if I'm Ken, I'm sitting pretty and looking to quickly close up this 2-0. But that said, as soon as we did see in Game 1 how Jeffrey's able to stabilize the early turns really, really well. His deck is basically built to do just that. The discard and 1/4 removal will actually let him turn the corner a lot. So it's just going to be a matter of if he can draw those haymakers. His deck sets himself up, puts himself into a position where he actually can turn the corner, but he does need to draw the rest of those cards in order to actually start winning the game. It's always a little bit hard to see how many lands Jeffrey actually has in his hand because he's playing so many MDFC lands, largely to pitch to Soul Spike. We got a Thoughtseize on turn 1. Let's see what he's working with. Not the most insane hand from Ken. We got a Static Prism, a Wear Tear, Thraben Charm, Guide of Souls, and Ragavan. I assume he'll take Ragavan here. 2 pieces of enchantment removal, so Necrodominance is not going to stick around for very long, but I think if the game plays out similarly to Game 1, I think a single Necrodominance activation will be probably okay. As Ken, it's going to be, as you draw more cards, are you willing to just keep up your enchantment removal, or are you interested in tapping out? Because, again, if you just keep your mana up, Jeffrey's going to have a lot more time to work with. So here we see the Ragavan on 1. I would be shocked if this Ragavan lived a turn. I do see I hear an exasperated sigh from Jeffrey. So, and I don't think I see a Fatal Push or another removal spell. Yeah, that's just Inquisition. Is going to see the new card is Goblin Bombardment. Goblin Bombardment, kind of an interesting card in this matchup. Obviously, it's nice against a deck with a lot of removal. You can convert your cards into damage to kind of lessen the effect of those sweepers that we talked about Jeffrey boarding in. But at the same time, if all your creatures are being destroyed before you get a chance to establish a bombardment, it can be kind of weak. And furthermore, if you're boarding in a bunch of cards like this Wear Tear, you might actually not have the critical mass of creatures. We see the Thraben Charm get taken, so that does imply to me he's got an enchantment he's interested in protecting. Ragavan does connect, whiffs on the trigger, gets a treasure though, but as we've seen, there's not really anything Ken can use this mana for that's particularly exciting. Yeah, he'll be able to play a Goblin Bombardment, but the clock is actually still pretty modest against Jeffrey. I believe Jeffrey does have a copy of Soul Spike in his hand, so even his life total is pretty safe. I did not do life totals. I forgot about this. So that's at least 2 from that, and fetch, and it's been a shock. So I believe this is correct. I totally am not used to managing the life totals. So we do see a copy of Toxic Deluge in Jeffrey's hand. Obviously, he's going to want to get value out of that, maybe hit a second creature, but it's really awkward because you've seen Ken's hand, and Ken doesn't have a ton of creatures. It's just random pieces of interaction. So you might have to just fire this Toxic Deluge for 1. No, okay, it's going to be the Soul Spike. Soul Spike's going to pitch. He's going to pitch the Toxic Deluge, and that's a March of Otherworldly Sorrow. Oh, I should change this to Game 2 as well. Meetup on 0 has been called. Very interesting. So Jeffrey, unable to find a land, is just using Meathook as a way to gain life when he kills Ken's creatures. This just looks like a mana efficiency play, not saving it to kill a creature in the future, which is kind of interesting. Unsure if I agree with that play. I think I would probably still hold it, especially knowing that if this is going to do anything, you do know that Ken has a Static Prison in his hand. Maybe this is bait for one of those enchantment removal spells, but I mean, it only makes sense for Ken to kill it if he draws a creature, and currently, Ken's just a handful of interaction. Ken again, just looking. I wonder if Ken's overboarded for this matchup. I feel like he kind of has. Obviously, slightly results oriented, but you can make the case that the only card that matters in the matchup is Necro Dominance, and so as long as Ken stops that, it's going to be really hard for Jeffrey to win the game. So maybe Ken can then just play the control role, and then as soon as he draws a Flage, realistically, that Flage is probably just going to be good enough. Here is a Boggart Trawler. Actually, a really nice play here. This is going to severely limit the ability of Ken's Flages to stick around. Also just presents a clock, and if Ken hadn't just drawn an Ocelot Pride, would have actually started getting in for damage. Ocelot Pride just the natural check to this 3-1. Kind of annoying for Jeffrey, but we'll see. Oh, there was a Soul Spike, sorry. So I believe Jeffrey is at 20. It was down, took 2, and then... Okay, this Boggart Trawler gets blocked. So Ken loses one, but then gains one off the Ocelot Pride and Meathook Massacre. So okay, Ken is at 16. Is my understanding. That's what the players just said. So I'm gonna treat that as true. I must have missed a fetch or something. All right, Jeffrey's gonna take 1. Ken's gonna gain 1. Cat token coming in for Ken. Jeffrey just has a Force of Despair and a Soul Spike in hand. This Force is not very good, right? This Force. Yeah. Oh, that's a Castle Lockthwain draw. Jeffrey loses 3. See, can he... Okay, that is a Fatal Push. Shizo, Death Storehouse. That's a fun one. That gives legendary creatures fear, I believe. Okay, and Jeffrey has kept the Dothian. Dothy kind of a Nabo with this Meathook Massacre. Yeah, Ken immediately points it out. That is not exactly a combo. Dothy Whitewalker will prevent the life gain trigger from Jeffrey's Meathook Massacre. And again, like, we talked about when this Meathook came down for 2, it really hasn't done much, and I think saving it for when you could actually cast it and get a creature would have done a lot more. Oh, Jeffrey, I'm told Jeffrey's at 10 and Ken is at 18. Sorry, I'll be better at handling this. Looks like our players just have a brief life total dispute. Okay, so the players have agreed to go to 9. So 9 to 18 is what Ken's at. Here's a second Ocelot Pride. This is going to be, I think this is going to be close to game. I mean, do you fire this Force Negation? I thought there was another card in hand. Maybe not. Alright. Ends up happens. This is going to be 4 cats. There's Tear coming at the Meathook Massacre in response, Force of Despair to the cats, Thraben Charm in response so that the life doesn't happen. And then 9 damage coming in from Goblin Bombardment is actually going to be enough. Ken is going to take that game 2-0. Pretty standard fare from the Boros deck. Just presents a ton of damage and the mono black deck not able to ever resolve its namesake Necrodominance, and really just the power level of the cards weren't able to be converted. I do wonder if the Meathook Massacre had been saved to deal with that initial Ocelot Pride, if there would have been a way for Jeffrey to stabilize. And yeah, still not too sure about keeping in the Dothies. Maybe they only kept in a couple, but interesting. And they boarded out Sorens and Orcish Bowmasters. I understand boarding out the Profane Tutor, but I really think that your 1/3 lifelink is, if it's not good in your red-white aggro matchup, I'm surprised. Ken did bring in the Orm's Chance, which is kind of interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but Ken does take it. Who am I to say differently? We are going to sign off for now. I will throw you over to just some overhead shots, and we'll see you in, hopefully, not too much longer for round 2. Thanks everyone for watching, and we will see you shortly. It's all good. I realized it as soon as.
Okay. The timer's here.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
This is the reset button.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not showing up.
Okay.
And this is... One of these is the start and one of them's the
Oh,
pause.
okay. Mousing over and it says start.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Cool.
And then it'll...
Yeah.
Bring the other scene up just on the left. Yeah. Okay, that is set to...
Yeah.
Good.
50's correct.
Yeah, there's nothing on here.
Oh.
So the resets and that is...
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
John!
Never. I'm winning this roll. I'm gonna be on the play. I roll? 2, 3, 5?
I roll
2 decent?
yes.
Easy game. 2, 1. Great. Halfway there.
Told you. Hold on. I won 4 Raptor Storm. 4 Raptor Storm. 4. Let's see. 4 boards. 4. What's that? A lot of 4
Well, and then you have 3 of the white
Welcome to round 2 of our RCQ here in beautiful Kamloops, British Columbia. I am Zach. I'll be on the mics for round 2 of this event we've got going on here. We have a absolute treat of a match for you. I am going to just start the timer. There we go. All right. We have on your left Kamloops legend Alex Lux versus a deck that I'm super excited to see on camera, Thomas Anderson's Splinter Twin. Rumors of this deck being dead are oh, sorry, I have this this is on, I have the players on the opposite sides. Oops. Thomas is on the left. All right. Okay, welcome to round 3 or round 2 of our 5-round Swiss event. We have Thomas on the left, Alex on the right. Alex will be handling Ruby Storm, and Thomas is going to be handling Jeskai Splinter Twin. I know I'm excited for that. I really want to see if the card that stayed on the modern ban list for probably over a decade can actually can make it happen. Very exciting stuff going on here. Oh, this is game 1. There we go. All right. Looks like Alex has mulliganed. Oh, yeah. Oh, mulligan to 5. Okay, all right. Alex is on the play. Mull to 5. This was absolutely a beatable hand from Storm. Another absolute banger of a card, Snapcaster Mage for Thomas. He's got, how many copies of that? Just the 1 copy of that. Thomas is going to start us off with a Tameo. Pretty strong play, going to help develop. A little bit slow, unsure if that'll be fast enough to matter against the Storm deck, but given the mull to 5, definitely could be. Alex is going to fetch, grab a Surveil land. I haven't seen his hand yet, but the Storm deck's obviously going to be searching for one of those 2 enablers, Ruby Medallion or Ral, and then some number of rituals and impulsive draw effects. Alex is going to keep his card on top. I can, hold on, let me do fetches. Both players have fetched, they're both at 19. There we go. Basic Mountain for Alex. Here comes Ruby Medallion. Back to Thomas. That's a Teferi. Teferi, not actually a great card in this matchup. It's like kind of nice that it can bounce a Ruby Medallion, but it's not that effective. Pass does not have a second land even after that preordain. So, not the start you want to see if you're Thomas. Alex might be able to capitalize on this, even from the mull to 5. Alright, we got a 1-mana Ral. Alex is fully set up as far as enablers go. Manamorphose. First Ral trigger of the game. Okay, so just letting you know that the players have decided that even means Ral wins the flip, and odd will mean Alex will take damage. So that's a win. No flip, obviously. You don't want to flip that Ral until the it's going to have enough loyalty to use the ultimate ability on the backside there. That is a Reckless Impulse from, I believe, Double Feature, maybe? Reckless Impulse sees 2 lands. Not what you want to see. But this Glimpse is going to be pretty good. Yeah, Alex is down to 0 in the pool, 1 mana source untapped. Alex wins the flip again off that round. The die rolled off screen, but that was a win. Ooh, these are actually some brutal digs from Alex. Yeah, nothing floating. This Valakut Awakening is gonna, yeah, just go for 1 card, I believe. Flip for Ral. Dice out. Okay, Alex takes a point here. That's a loss. Yeah. Cycles the Valakut Awakening. Yeah, end step, Alex is going to make 2 tokens. Not actually what he wants. Mana. Yeah, Alex is set on mana, but man, does he need just some gas? But okay. Oh, that's a Flame of Anor. That's not a land either. Tamiya's just going to get in for another 0, make another clue, and this is just going to be a pass from Thomas. Going to discard the hand size. Man, what a struggle. I believe that, yeah, that is Bird to Fairies at the graveyard. Neither player having a great draw. Yeah. Alright, Alex goes to 15. Oh, I guess I missed a 1 loss. So Alex is at 15. Alex is a little confused about what his play is here. Yeah, not too sure what he was planning on doing. Alright, there's the Ruby Medallion. And Battle Ral coming in for 1 point. Oh, Thomas is 16. I missed the shock. Oops. Yeah. Not. Oh, such giving the Tamiyo Vigilance to save a point of damage here. Definitely neither player able to string a draw together. Only the best Magic the Gathering here at the Game Hub. Huge blocks from Thomas. No damage. What if hills from Alex? How many surveillance does Alex have? Alex does have a second Elegant Parlor, so we assume that will go and get fetched. Thomas finally finds his land. Prismatic Ending on the Ral. I think that checks out. That card is just a little too scary. 4 clues for Thomas. Alex goes down to 14 after this fetch. I assume this is, like we said, going to be the other Elegant Parlor. Nope, that is a Sacred Foundry. Oh, so maybe the other Elegant Parlor was hit in off a one of the impulsive draw effects. Alright, there's another Ruby coming down. Alex has remarked that his Past in Flames is going to cost 1 mana as soon as he draws it, but that would require him to actually draw a card with text on it, which he hasn't been able to do this game. That's it. Thomas has a lot of spells in hand, but I haven't seen Exarch or Splinter Twin from what I've seen of his hand, so he still needs to dig. There is Exarch, but Thundertrap Trainer can't actually get them. Grabs a Sink into Stupor. That is a land. That's kind of nice. Tamiyo makes the 5th clue of the game. I assume none of these are going to get cracked, or not for a while. Thomas is plenty full on gas. Okay, Thomas does have a Deceiver Exarch in hand. I couldn't quite see it there. Ren's Resolve coming out. Fetches Ral Ren's Resolve. This, yeah. Thomas astutely observes that he could die at any moment now with this draw. Ren's Resolve coming in. Roll the dice. That's a win, but doesn't matter. Alex is never flipping. Storm 3. 2 cards off the top. Strike it rich. And another Ral. Okay. Not actually enough, right? Like, this is still just...
Well, let's, like, kind of go for it here. Strike it rich.
Alright, strike it rich. Trigger. Here's the dice. Alex takes a point. 13. Storm count 4. Yeah. Minus. Storm count is 4, 3 of which count towards Ral. Flashback. Another trigger. Roll the dice. Okay, there's a win, but I still don't think this is a flip. Ah, maybe it is. I wonder if you do flip since you have the extra Ral. Okay, we're just going... Yeah. Okay, well. Alright. Win and gets a flip. Alright.
Strike, grand. Strike. Or strike, grand.
Yeah, that is 5. Did Alex mess up? I believe Alex did mess up. Alex has only cast 5 instants and sorceries this turn. Needed to flash back this strike. Yeah, I believe the players are right. Alex did not announce the flashback on this strike. This is just the initial strike being cost. Alex did announce that he was flipping Ral Zarek, so... yeah, this might not be enough. Yeah, the players are just noticing that, yeah, it's 5 extra counters and then the base of 2. But Ral needs 8 to ultimate. So, I mean, I guess you just play the second Ral if you're... Yeah, you play the second Ral and you can try and flashback strike and go again. Alright.
2 damage.
Alex is announcing the 2 damage mode to kill a Thunder Trap. Does not draw a card. Does not draw a card because there isn't actually another blue permanent to play. That's what Ral checks for. And that's a pass from Alex. Critical error there. Not counting his storm correctly. Now, can Thomas capitalize on this? Alex has nothing after this Ral. 6th clue has been called. Thomas has actually ran out of clue tokens. Not exactly what he expected. Really interesting spot here. I wonder if you just try and go for it. Okay. Deal 5 and draw 2 has been count, and then it triggers Tamio to flip. So, I think this is somewhat safer, but I still do think that, like, Alex is so bricked that maybe you just want to, like, try and threaten lethal next turn. I can die at any moment has been called by Thomas. Okay, more Ren's resolves. Alright, Metamorphose. Alex has to string together a hell of a lot here. Alex digging for a Past in Flames. Glimpse the Unthinkable is going to be the top deck. A little bit hard to see there, but that is going to give Alex 3 more looks. Glimpse, Ritual, and I believe that's another Ren's Resolve? Alex has 3 mana floating right now after this Ritual resolves. 5 after the second Ritual. Six is the Storm count. Reckless Impulse is going to be Storm 7. Down to 4 mana. Metamorphose, it's another look. So many looks. Alex just needs a payoff. We didn't see it. Glimpse, okay. Another 3 looks. If you're Thomas, you're sweating here. That's another Reckless Impulse. Ritual, Reckless Impulse. Another 2 more looks. Ral still has not used his ability this turn. Not that I think it'll do too much. Heretic Ritual. Valakut Awakening.
Let's see some
Alex is gonna have to cast Valakut Awakening, and it gets 2 more looks. Alex down to 3 mana right now after this Valakut Awakening goes on stack. Draws 2 Sunbaked Canyon and Artist Talent. Not good enough. Yeah, but gonna play the Artist Talent. A couple more looks. Ritual. Gonna give him a draw and or a discard and draw. Alex is just laughing to himself that he can't find a way to actually win the game.
Surely that's probably.
Wish, there is the payoff. That is probably good enough, unless Thomas has like a Force Negation or something like that. But looking at his deck list, he only plays 1 copy of Force Negation in the main deck. So, the Wish has resolved. This should be elementary for Alex. Alex is confirmed. Storm count is 15. Thomas is at 16. Single Grape Shot should do it. Grape Shot for 16. Thomas is like, yeah, is talking about how imagine if he had the Force Negation and forced the Grape Shot but not the Wish. But yeah, that will be good enough. What a weird game to start us off here in round 2. Oh, I actually realized this is round 2. I should update that. Round 2, game 2. Alex is up 1. Yeah, really weird game from both players. They had the Multiply from Alex. We had Thomas unable to hit a land drop for what feels like an eternity. And then Alex missing his Ral ult. Critical gameplay error there, but still managing to get it done. Well, let's look at the sideboards of these 2 lists. From the Twin side, we've got some copies of Consigned to Memory, always nice against some of the Ruby Medallions or Storm Triggers. You can board some number of those in. We've got a Soul Guide Lantern, a Surgical Extraction, Wear Tear. Those will probably come in. Maybe the Mystical Dispute comes in if you really want another counterspell. Currently for counterspells in the main board, we do have Thomas playing 4 counterspell, the 1 aforementioned Force Negation, and that is just it. So maybe you do want the 6th counterspell. Now, if we look at the Storm side's got obviously all your Wish targets, right? The Brotherhood's End, Empty the Worms, Grape Shot, Pass in Flames, Untimely Malfunction. And then we've got 4 Prismatic Endings. I don't think those are coming in. We got a couple of Phlages. Those might come in. Alex really doesn't know how much hate the Twin player is going to have for him. So I think that it's like a pretty reasonable hedge just to board them in kind of in the dark before you see what's happening. And then Alex also has 4 Orange Chance. I think that those are coming in just to force your stuff through counterspells. We know that Thomas isn't playing a ton of counterspells. It's a lot more spot removal. Looking at the spot removal, 3 Flame of Manor, 4 Lightning Bolt, 2 Prismatic Endings. A lot more in the spot removal side of things than there are in the stack-based interaction stuff. So the Orange Chance won't be great, but they'll be okay. Still fine, and especially if Alex has cards to board out. I think he said on the mic he was talking about boarding out Strike It Riches. So those cards are definitely worse if you don't cast them correctly and flip your Ral prematurely. So we probably won't see that in game 2. But I'm sure I'm sure that'll be a play that Alex wants back for a long time, even though it didn't end up biting him. Looking at the meta here, we do have, I would say, Boros Energy, probably the most represented deck in the room, followed by Prowess, about as expected. And then basically a smattering of everything else. We got a multiple twin decks, we have multiple Samwise combo decks, we have some Eldrazi, yeah, and then we got a Belcher, we got a Mill, lots of stuff in the room. It really could be anyone's game. Thomas is going to start us off. Both players keep 7 this time. Shock Tamio. And then Surveilland for Alex. Keeps on top.
Yeah.
As the Spirebuck Canal, I believe. Tamio's going to make the clue. Pass the turn. Going to get this nice free draw, hopefully. That's okay. Full twin is in hand for Alex, or for Thomas. So definitely could be a quick one. Or there is the Orms chance we talked about coming in. Clue gets cracked. Extra card here. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think you just jam this. I think you jam this Exarch in upkeep. Did not jam the Exarch in upkeep. I would have I mean, obviously you see the Orms chant, but like, yeah, you probably do it and you target the mountain. And that way, yeah, I mean, I guess it ends up being the same. Exarch resolves, tapping the mountain. But the thing that's nice is that now Alex can still use this red mana in main phase, unable to, whereas if this had been done in upkeep, Alex would be 1 mana short. And I think, and with the Storm deck, 1 mana could be all the difference. Right, you'd be unable to play something like a Ruby Medallion or a Ral off a single ritual. Right, you can't even play another ritual to get started if both your lands are tapped. So yeah, I think it might be a blunder out of Thomas. Especially since you've seen the Orbs chant. Like if you had a counterspell and you were like, I'm going to try and counter a critical play, I kind of could understand that, but since you know the chant is coming and you're never going to be able to get a counterspell through, I do really think you are supposed to Exarch and upkeep here. Players are just a little bit confused about the mana situation. But I think we've figured it out. There is a Ral coming down. This is going to be the first enabler. Alex still has 1 red mana floating. That's all the Storm deck needs. He has tons of gas in the tank. Metamorphose. Going to go up to 2 rad. Ral trigger. Alex takes a point. There's the draw off Metamorphose. Again, we roll the die again. Alex wins, but we're still too early. This Ral... Oh. No, this is 6. Yeah. Alex will not flip. Yeah, needs one more spell to flip it correctly. Not going to make the same mistake that he did last game.
Oh, right. This one pinged you. This one. Yeah, so it was. So,
Players are just discussing here exactly how much mana Alex has. He is marking it down on paper off camera, but I think just making sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. Alex gentlemanly re-rolled a winning die roll because, quote-unquote, that die roll was kind of shitty. I think Probably still could have gotten away with it, but does take the damage. Still does not ping. Still does not flip the RAL, but I realistically think it would be Alex would have to get incredibly unlucky to lose this game, and even then I think without the RAL he still might be good enough. Oh, that is a Past in Flames. Past in Flames should wrap this up. Mathematically incredibly improbable that Alex doesn't win the game from here. Alex takes the damage. Can these guys stop rolling the dice under the stream elements? Thomas has declared that he's fully F6'd effectively, will not be taking any game actions for the rest of the turn, and I believe, if we're correct, that'll be for the rest of the match. Ral coming in with the flip, 10 loyalty. Yeah, that Ral ult's going to be enough. Alex has declared, cast all these spells, cast them all again, then wish for Grape Shot, kill you, which is good enough. So, Alex is going to take that set 2-0. Our Storm deck, great showing for red-white decks on feature match day. We had Ken with the Boros stick in round 1 winning, and then we also had Alex's red-white Storm deck. Although it's basically mono red. But Alex takes that one. Yeah, if I'm Thomas, I really want that Exarch back. I really want to just fire it and target the basic mountain there. And I think he actually just wins the game if that happens. So, or at least like gets to make a fighting shot. So, but that's how she goes. I was really glad we got to put the Splinter deck on camera at least once today. Like I said, there's another player on it in the field, so hopefully, I wish both of them the best, and maybe we'll see them in a later round in top 8. But that's going to be it for me in this round. We'll be back in 23 minutes or so with the start of round 3. Thanks for watching, everyone. Sure. Actually, I'll grab one of those coffee. Yeah, do you have just like a dark roast? You think you came out of the room drawing Mozart? He's like, Mozart?
I was playing like later at the time, and I played against you. We were at AG, right? I was. You did.
I know I won out in that.
Yeah. And then we played in the movie. We were at I'll never forget that, like, just how, I play a Ruby pass, a braid. Alright, I play a Ruby pass, flame Lenore. Like, great.
That is
I think so. Okay. Never mind, don't link. This is... We're not.
All right, welcome back to round number 3 here at the Game Hubs RCQ for Calgary in November. We are playing 5 rounds of Modern. We have our 3rd match for you today. I actually am not sure which of these players is which. I will adjust the names as we find out. All right, round 3, game 1. Reset start. All right, we're good to go. So today for round 3, we have Brady Kiesling versus Dustin Menard. Brady is going to be handling the blue-black Oculus deck that was really popular going to Regional Championships Ottawa earlier in the year, and then Dustin will be playing the Boros Energy deck that we saw on stream earlier. Like I said, as soon as I figure out which one is which, I will update the score or the names. I am from out of town. I am from Kelowna, a couple hours south drive from here. So I don't know all the players. Yeah, thank you very much, Utensils. Yeah, I love playing Magic in this town. It's always a good time when I come out for events. I got my invite to the regional championships last weekend in Vancouver, so figured I would come and hang out with folks and do commentary and see who wins. Okay, so that looks like I just can't. Yeah, okay, so that's the blue-black deck. So that'll be Brady on the left. Let me. And then we have Dustin on the right. Dustin's going to start us off. Sacred Foundry untapped. Going to go to 18. Guide of Souls coming out right out the gate. One of the better starts you can hope for as the energy deck. $18. Got the Fatal Push. So one thing that's really interesting is this Oculus deck was super popular going into Ottawa, but really fell off. Had a terrible, terrible weekend in Ottawa. And really hasn't seen a comeback since. There are some blue-black decks, but those are mostly blue-black Murktide decks, and they aren't leaning as heavily into the Oculus Unearth strategy. But we can see from the deck list that Brady is fully in. We've got 4 Oculus, in addition to obviously the Murktides and Psychic Frogs. And does have the full force set of Unearths. So, really nice to see that deck coming back. So, definitely a fun deck. Johnny's going to stick for Dustin here. We'll see if Brady is able to find it out for it. I assume this is going to be just a counterspell hold-up. I think I see a Spell Snare. Very good card in this matchup. And yeah, if you're Brady, you definitely want to try and avoid taking as much damage off your lands as possible. Alright, here's a Guide of Souls. We'll see if this one sticks. Can't spell snare that one. Okay, I believe that's also an Unearth. So Brady said, yup, but sorry. So he's now still thinking about it. Guide of Souls has not resolved yet. Okay, Stern Scolding. Yeah, you can Stern Scolding a Guide of Souls. Yeah. Stern Scolding a card that I absolutely love. A little bit out of favor these days, but still really, really good. What an efficient Magic card. Alright, there's a fetch coming out. This Scolding card I assume is going to get another Sacred Foundry. Definitely need double white here, and a little bit awkward that the land of choice, that the fetch land of choice was the Scalding Tarn and not actually another Arid Mesa or a white fetch. Oh, this is going to be a Hallowed Fountain. Oh, okay, I actually didn't realize. This is actually Jeskai energy. So they are, yes, okay. I didn't look at the very bottom of the deck list where there is clearly 3 Mockingbird. So that's what the blue's for. Mockingbird out of Bloomburrow is going to be a really efficient way of copying all these cheap creatures, especially Guide of Souls. So Dustin took 2 more off this Hallowed Fountain coming into play, and then the Ajani and Cat are coming in. That's going to be 15 for both players here. Second Ajani. Okay, nice. So if this Ajani resolves, this is going to trigger itself by legend rule, because Ajani flips whenever another cat dies. So yeah, the players are just asking a judge how this whole interaction is going to work. They're going to talk away from the table, but I'll explain it to you for chat. So Ajani's trigger ability says that whenever another cat dies, flip Ajani. When you play a second Ajani, before any triggers go on the stack, the legend rule happens, and so one of the Ajanis will be put into the graveyard as a state-based action. That will trigger the remaining Ajani's flip effect, in addition to the Make a Cat token. So, if the Ajani resolves, there's no point in which, if the Ajani resolves, the first Ajani dies immediately, and then you can push the second Ajani in response if you want to, or you can counter this Ajani. So if you have a Fatal Push in your Brady here, you actually do want to let this Ajani resolve and then just push in response to the trigger, and you kind of get a 2-for-1, which is really, really nice. A way to, if you're the energy player, if you had an extra mana, you could leave up a kill spell to kill your cat token in response and re-trigger that same Ajani. But here we say Brady is just going to go, keep it simple, fetch to 14, grab a basic island, and spell's going to be Ajani. Not get too complicated. Yeah, 14 for Brady. This blue-black deck does kind of struggle against an actual resolved Ajani. It's just a lot of value, puts out a lot of damage. And with no creature in play, kind of hard to turn the corner against that card once it's flipped. So you do kind of have to deal with it right away. Alright, basic swamp. Really nice. Brady's mana has really been cooperating. He didn't have to fetch the Watery Grave, and then had 2 basics, or was it fetch 1 basic, drew basic. If you run these draws a bunch of times, Brady easily could be in this exact same spot and just be at 12 or even 11 life just by drawing slightly different lands and needing to take a bit extra damage. So definitely that's one of the ways you're gonna try and eke out some value here. Dustin's going to combat, gonna come in for 3. I assume this is good. Yeah, Brady goes down to 11. We see Ranger Captain of Eos. That's a one of in the Jeskai deck. Very very powerful card if it sticks. Lets you search 2 1-drops, including that Mockingbird they're splashing. But Dustin's just gonna opt for the Guide of Souls and pass the turn. I'm trying to figure out what the other card in Dustin's hand is. I'm not quite sure. But I mean, certainly no shortage of a clock for Dustin. End step, this is going to be 3 mana. This is going to be a hard cast Dismember. What is this going to target? I think you're supposed to kill the Ajani, but if you told me you wanted to kill the Guide of Souls, I kind of get it. But it'll definitely... Okay. Brady does take out the Ajani. I think the worst case scenario of an Ajani left unchecked is so much harder for you to deal with as a blue deck than a Guide of Souls being left unchecked. Gordo Nation rides up. Unfortunately, Gordo is not on stream this match. Gordo is 2-0. But he is playing a Samwise combo deck on the other, one of the other. I believe he's at table 1. This is table 2. So we might see him on camera later. We'll see. Alright, we got Ranger Captain of Eos, and Brady immediately fires off the, can I read that? So for anyone who doesn't know, when it comes to play, it's going to search for some 1-drops, and then you can sacrifice it to effectively orange chant your opponent for non-creatures, so they can't cast non-creatures until end of turn. But Brady fires off an X, or an Invocation counterspell. Really, really nice card. Don't see those too often. Brady's down to 8. You still gotta deal with this guy who's holding this cat token. Okay, alright, this is how you do it. Hardcast Oculus is huge. Upkeep Trigger. Alright, this is how you stabilize. Manifests something, I'm not sure what. Ooh, that's a Flage. That Flage is pretty huge. If Dustin didn't have a Flage, it would be kind of hard for him to clear. And this Oculus still might stabilize, so we'll have to see. Flage, what are you targeting? I mean, 3-year face, 5 to 18. Oops, pressed the wrong button. And then that's an energy. Yeah, and another life from the Guide of Souls for Dustin. I don't believe he has any more energy. I believe that, yeah, this is just 1 energy. So you need 3 to use the Guide of Souls effect to give a creature flying in +2. So we'll see. We'll see if it matters. But no, Dustin's not able to do anything else, and Brady gets to take an untap step. This is a huge turn for Brady. A little bit of breathing room. You have to be scared of Arena of Glory plus Flage. You know that's going to be a ton of damage, so you need to leave up a counterspell for that. But, wow, Brady is attacking with both creatures for 7. Okay, Dustin takes it down to, oh, oops. Sorry, 12. I turned things down the wrong way. Upkeep Trigger. Kind of surprised that he didn't leave back at least 1 more creature. Even if you have a counterspell for this Flage, it's pretty easy for Dustin to be able to just squeak through a few extra points of damage, and it's not even just that you're going to, like, be in danger of dying, per se, but every point of damage you take in the spot as Brady means that your fetch lands are going to be turned off earlier, your shock lands, if you have any more left in the deck, although I don't think he does. Yeah, both Water Graves are in play, but, you know, not being able to fetch, for example, might be critical if you look to continue developing and playing the late game. But, alright, combat, no Guide of Souls triggers, blocks the manifest on the cat, and Brady takes 1 from the Guide of Souls. Brady choosing to preserve his life total over taking care of the Guide of Souls. The one thing you do notice is that the Guide of Souls really doesn't have as much value, because if Dustin had creatures, he would have played them pre-combat in order to activate the ability. And so because of that, if you're Brady, you probably can be safe that there's no creature coming from Dustin. Dustin opting not to bring back the Flage with that Arena of Glory must have a read that Brady has a counterspell, but if you're not willing to do that here, I mean, what are you doing, right? Like, I don't know if he has an instant speed spell here or something like that, but I do feel like you've got to at least put some of the pressure on. Brady's checking the cards in graveyard. That's 7 for Dustin, including the Flage. So the Flage is absolutely online. So if you're Brady here, you have to think that Dustin's holding some sort of relevant instant. What do you even think it would be? Like, it could be a Galvanic Discharge, but there's not enough energy to take out the Oculus if that's the case. No blocks. Dustin is going to 7. Oh, sorry, we got an end step. Yeah, so here is the end step. Bolt, target Brady. That was the last card in hand. This is brilliant, because now this forces the counter spell, and then the Flage is going to do it on the backside. If Brady doesn't have another counter spell, Brady is going to die. So, yeah, that was why the Flage didn't come down. It makes perfect sense. This is going to be a make or break turn. One of these players is winning the game. It depends on if Brady has a counter spell. If the Flayage resolves, it's over. That's Goblin Bombardment in the hand. That's not going to be good enough on this board state. A lot of board states where that would be lights out against a control deck, but not this one. Not enough creatures to sacrifice to it. Dustin is asking about if exerting does the Arena of Glory does give the escaped Flayage haste, and yes it does. That is one of the best reasons to play this energy deck. This interaction is so incredibly strong. Dustin over tapping a little bit. You only need to tap 4 lands. The Arena of Glory gives you 2 red with the haste ability. There is the second counter spell from Brady. Yep, so Flayage goes back to the bin, and I think that's going to be all she wrote. Yeah, even if Dustin didn't overtap, still doesn't have enough mana to cast the Bombardment. And then, yeah, that's going to be game. Brady absolutely takes it after a absolute nail-biter. Absolutely shouts out to Dustin. I think he played that really well with the Lightning Bolt on end step and then Flayage the next turn is how you're supposed to play it. We see the morphs there, or the manifests from Brady. So yeah, well played to both players. Really, really tight one. As the blue-black player, when you play this matchup, all your games kind of are going to be like that. You're not going to have a ton of easy wins. You're always going to be kind of at a low life total, able to die at any moment. You need to make sure you're not tapping out if you don't have to. Game 2. So let's look at the sideboards here. So in the blue-black side, we have 1 copy of Meathook Massacre, 1 copy of Toxic Deluge, and not too much else for this matchup. The only other thing is there are 3 copies of Harbinger of the Seas, and since you are playing against a Jeskai version, I think that the Harbinger of the Seas actually should probably come in if you've got the space if you've got the space for them. This deck is kind of cheating on mana. The Jeskai decks even registered 3 copies of Ether Hub. That's the land from Kaladesh that lets you convert energy into colored mana. So really, really, this 1/1/1 Mountain Island Plains mana base for basics is stretched pretty thin if your opponent boards in the Harbingers. Now, one thing, if you're Brady, you might not think about, oh, well, my opponent didn't even play a blue card. So it can be, if you're not kind of being mindful of it, you might not even think of that. But we do see him boarding, it looks like 5 cards, and I'm assuming that those 5 cards are the ones we talked about, the 2 Sweepers and the Harbinger. Coming out from the side of the Boros, or the Jeskai deck, we've got 2 Blood Moons, 3 Blood Moons not coming in, 2 Spell Pierces probably coming in, Consigned to Memories and Surgical Extractions, I don't think will come in. Thraben Charms, I don't know, you could take it or leave it. I probably wouldn't board them in this matchup. I think it's kind of hard to get a lot of creatures in play, given how much removal and countering your opponent is going to be doing. But there are 2 copies of Orm's Chant. So I think it's 2 copies of Orm's Chant and 2 Spell Pierces that are likely what's coming in. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Mockingbirds boarded out. Again, those cards only have text, basically, if there's another creature in play, and if your opponent's just going to counter and kill every other creature you play. What is effectively a flying man is not really what we're looking for in the modern format. You can do a lot better than that. Alright, so we're going to see Dustin take the play absolutely where you want to be. How's this Boros deck? I see a Fable in the Mirror Breaker. I see some lands. Don't think I see I think that's a Flayage. That is a Surgical, I believe. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Okay, they did board in the Surgical, presumably for Unearth target Oculus. Now, I don't know if that's how I would approach the matchup. Obviously, that play is very good if you can get it, and maybe you believe that, well, the way I lose this matchup is by my opponent cheesing an Oculus into play really early on turn 1 or 2. But at the same time, I do think that is diluting your deck a little bit. A little bit, maybe too much for my tastes. I do think you just want to be killing them. Dustin's going to mull to 6. Brady's kept his 7. Down to 5, Dustin says. All right. I mean, yeah. Dustin says we're still alright. That's absolutely true. The Boros deck starts are... Yeah, the Boros deck can have 5-card hands that are absolutely going to slaughter you, regardless of what the other side is playing. So, your good starts, you sometimes you only even need to play 2 or 3 cards to take your opponent out. Alright, Dustin's kept his 5. Alright, 18 Guide of Souls. Strong start from Dustin, same as previous game. Scalding Tarn pass from Brady. Could be anything. Push, Scolding, Spell Snare, all available. Here's a Johnny. Yeah, this Johnny is likely getting countered. Basic Island Storm Scolding out of Brady. Definitely don't want Dustin to get those Guide of Souls triggers. Don't want to let that Johnny hit the battlefield. And then this is going to be 18 after Brady takes this combat from the Guide of Souls. I'm very interested to see if our suspicions were correct and Brady is boarded in these Harbinger of the Seas. Oh, yeah. I asked and that's a Harbinger, right? And he has the basic swamp in hand. All right. So if you are Dustin, you are a lot closer to dead than you think, unless you have a fetch land in hand. And even then, it's going to be tough. I see an Ajani, and I believe that's a Sacred Foundry in hand, but I'm not sure. Okay, I believe that's a Bloodstainmire Expedition. Very nice. Brady's got some lovely black-white cards. Oh, okay, I think that was an Aether Hub maybe that I was looking at. Aether Hub adds an energy when it enters the battlefield, taps for colorless, and then you can spend an energy and tap it to add mana of any color. A really nice, painless fixing for the Jeskai deck. Lets you not be in as bad a shape in some of these aggro mirrors, but you are going to lose out a little bit against something like Harbinger of the Seas. Dustin deciding what to do with his mana. Flage added to the hand. Spending 1 has been called. Exert. Wait, you don't need to do this. Okay, so Dustin is floating a red mana off of the Arena of Glory that could give something haste. So the idea behind this is twofold. First, obviously, the Ajani, when it enters the battlefield, if it resolves, will gain haste and can attack for 1. The other thing that's kind of neat is that by doing it this way, especially because you're spending the energy off Aether Hub and you're kind of committing to this line, you do represent Ragavan. And a Ragavan haste would be pretty annoying for Brady. So if you are playing super heads up, maybe you don't counter this Ajani if you think you can get away with it and you're more concerned about the Ragavan. But if Brady just has 2 1-mana pieces of interaction, it might be fine. But anyway, Fatal Push. Alright, Fatal Push on the Guide of Souls, and then no use for the red mana floating. The Ragavan play was just a bluff, basically. Gonna take 1 for Brady. Alex just asking what's the blue for? Yeah, the blue, you are absolutely correct. The blue is just for Mockingbirds, and then 2 Spell Pierces, 2 Consigns out of the sideboard. All right, tap 3. Here's the Harbinger we talked about. This is gonna end the game right away. If you're Dustin, you're the players are discussing that. Arena of Glory will stay tapped even if it's become a mountain. They're asking a judge now, but yeah, the exert ability is applied to the permanent, and it's not part of the actual like nature of it being Arena of Glory versus just a permanent. But good question to check. Absolutely, absolutely call a judge if you're unsure about something like this. So the Arena of Glory does stay tapped. Dustin is, really going to be struggling. And we talked about earlier, if he, in fact, boarded out the Mockingbirds just because him sticking a creature is so hard in this matchup, then he's going to be extra screwed here. So, Brady takes 2. Yep. Untapped Talonfound, which is just an island. Yeah, sorry, I've been getting sidetracked a little bit, but yeah, Dustin needs to basically see if he can somehow get this cat to die to flip a Johnny, and if he does that, then maybe he can get out of this. But realistically, that's just only going to capitalize on a Brady mistake. Brady thoughts uses Dustin, takes 2 points. Dustin is still technically winning the race, but not for long, as that's a Murktide Regent coming in with 3 counters, Delving 5. 2 points coming in from the Harbinger. Dustin's going to go down to 16. And I think that's all she wrote. Brady looks to be closing in on his 3rd win of the day, and a 3-0 should be good for top 8 if he wants to draw with his next couple of opponents or play for seed. But he should be good to go. Dustin drawing a land, not going to do anything. This cat token's just really sad. You can attack, maybe Brady makes a mistake and doesn't take the damage, but he's just going to take it. No reason to give Dustin anything. Dustin's going to get maybe another draw step or 2, but that's about it. And even then, he needs to draw a basic land and then a removal spell to deal with this Harbinger, and then try and stabilize with a Flage. But I just don't think you can do that when there's a 6/6 Murktide Regent in play. Brady just pondering his options. He's got time, but realistically, I think he's got this. But, makes sense to just make sure you don't die to anything you haven't thought about. 8 damage. Oh, oops, that's the wrong life total. 8 damage, down to 8 for Dustin. Facing down lethal. Can block, possibly. But, yeah, I think he's just got 1 draw step. And Brady has counter magic, removal, mana. He's going to cycle Unearth in main phase. I believe. Now, are those 2 swamps? I can't tell exactly. He only plays 1 swamp, so that shouldn't be... I don't think that's a second swamp. I'm just gonna... Yeah, I believe... It looks like another beta basic. He plays 2 islands, 1 swamp, so I assume that's an island. Kind of surprising that he didn't leave up counterspell there, but... 6 coming in, doesn't want to attack with the Murktide, or with the Harbinger, give Dustin an out. Dustin's at 2. That's a spell that he can't cast, that is all she wrote. So Brady moves on to 3-0. Okay. Yeah, Brady asking what the blue is for after the match as well, and Dustin's like, "Yeah, it's for Mockingbirds. I never drew it, never got to play." All right, well, that's going to do it for our coverage of round 3 here at the Game Hoop in beautiful Kamloops, BC. We will be back in 21 minutes, or hopefully less if people play at a good pace, and we will bring you round 4 where things are going to start getting exciting. I assume I will have a couple of intentional draws, but should have some good elimination matches up for you next. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I'm Zach, signing off for now. We will see you shortly.
So are you Florida or I've never done water. Yeah. My first water work. I did one yes. It's fun. It's a little bit more like high stakes for sure. Feels like a little bit more intense. Good games, yeah.
to shine on me. Your angel eyes won't set me free. Why can't you save yourself? I don't deserve your heart or hell. I'm drowning your devotion to me. Baby, we can't fight our nature. I'm your demon, you're my savior. You bring out my worst behavior. Worst behavior. Worst behavior. Baby, we can't fight our nature. I'm your demon, you're my savior. You bring out my worst behavior. You try to fix me when I'm too far gone. I try to hurt you every time I run. Why can't you save yourself? I don't deserve your heart or hell. I'm drowning your devotion to me. Baby, we can't fight our nature. I'm your demon, you're my savior. You bring out my worst behavior. Worst behavior. Worst behavior. Baby, we can't fight our nature. I'm your demon, you're my savior. You bring out my worst behavior. Me and you and me was a dream at first. I got lost in your world, in your universe. I never thought our love would ever end. I messed up, made it worse, pushed you away. All that fighting and pain till you left one day. Wish I could take back all those things I said. I can't deny that I miss you, and I know that you miss me too. So let's get over our issues and go back to me plus you. I know that things weren't perfect, but I think it's worth it. Nobody knows you like I do. I can't deny that I miss you, I miss you. Let's go back to me plus you and go back to me plus you. I'm a mess, I'm a wreck when I see your face. And I know that you're feeling exactly the same. Let's stop pretending we should stay apart. Try to meet someone new, but they can't compare. And I know that I'm being a bit unfair, but you're the only one that's in my heart. I can't deny that I miss you,
Welcome back to round 3 of the RCQ here in Kamloops at the Game Hub. My name is Zach. I'm here for round 4 action. We've got 2 players in the 2-1 bracket fighting for their top 8 chances here. We've got Gordo on your right and Chris on your left. I'm going to update those headers momentarily. That's Chris and Gordo. Now, we have a couple of fun decks. The playmat on Chris' side may have given it away, but Chris will be piloting the Mono Blue Goblin Charbelcher deck. And Gordo is playing Samwise Combo, using Samwise GG from Lord of the Rings in order to make a bunch of food and have drain your opponent for all their life. Yes, this is now the time for Gordo Nation to rise up. Yeah, just waiting for the clock has not started yet, so we'll make sure we get that. These two are both players from Kelowna. They play every week at locals. So they're, I'm sure, familiar enough with this matchup. 2 combo decks, both going to try and do it. Gordo rolls a 2 on 2d6. Unlucky. Chris is going to get to go first. Pretty important for the Belcher deck. Pretty important for both of these decks, to be quite honest. Alright, Chris going to 6, though. No lands, he says. Again, these decks where their mana bases are most, or if not all, MDFC lands, are really hard to tell how many lands are actually in the hand from the coverage perspective. But Chris said on mic that he had no lands, so I'll believe him. So for those of you unfamiliar with the Samwise combo deck that Gordo's brought, Samwise costs green and a white, and whenever you play a historic spell, I believe it's, you make a food. And actually, I'm like now sanity checking myself. But the combo is you need a food in play, a Samwise, and a cat, and that will get you infinite life drain. Yes, Samwise, sorry, not when you cast. It's when another non-token creature enters, you make a food. I was thinking of a different Samwise. So, Chris is going to start with a Waterlogged Teachings on the land side tapped. Gordo is going to play Gilded Goose to get a food. It's really important that this Gilded Goose kind of serves double duty out of Gordo's deck. Both, obviously, the main reason you play it is for that mana acceleration, so that Gordo can develop 2 or 3 mana worth of cards on turn 2. But you do need a food in play to kickstart your combo. So it can also do that if Gordo otherwise doesn't have a creature entering the battlefield to proc his Samwise. If he plays Samwise as the last part of the combo, you do need a food. So if Gordo can keep that food around, might help him combo a little bit more. Chris has responded with a Seagate Restoration on the land side. I don't know what the actual land name is. And passed. Chris's game plan is to try and kill on turn 4, but until then, not too much is going to happen. Alright, Samwise from Gordo. Chris responds, Shoal pitching, I believe that's Bohemian Vale. And will counter that, and Gordo will pass. Preserves his food. Chris is going to pay down to 17. Gordo is also at 18. Not that the life totals matter in this matchup at all. Your life totals could be 100, or not 100,000, because I guess Belcher is kind of capped on damage, but the life totals themselves don't actually really matter. Oh, I believe that's actually 60 for Gordo, because he's played 2 Shocklands. Gordo's thinking about this fetch. Fetch is down to 15. 12 is called. Did I miss one? Oh, I missed a fetch. Sorry. I got the shock, but I missed the fetch. So Gordo at 12, Chris at 17. That is a Cauldron Familiar. 1613. Going to be the updated life totals. And a Viscera Seer. Gordo has taken 8 damage off his own lance. And then he went up 1. He went up 1 by playing Cauldron Familiar, which gains 1 life on entry. But yeah, all the damage has just come from his lance. Chris has Word of Invention for Lotus Bloom in the end step, and Gordo is firing a Boseiju immediately. Chris's deck obviously plays no lands with basic land types, so not going to be able to get the extra mana you would hope off that. So really good play by Gordo. Boseiju really strong in game 1. A little bit worse in game 2 when Chris might board in a basic land if he has one. I'm checking his deck list, and yeah, Chris does play an island post-board, so we might see that come in, just so he could get a land off those Boseiju activations. Now, in the end step, Gordo is sacrificing Cauldron Familiar to Viscera Seer to scry, keeps it on top. Here's Samwise. Spell Snare from Chris. If that resolved, Gordo would have won, so... And here's Gordo's last card, second Gilded Goose. Make a food. 1. Chris is at 15. Chris passes. Doesn't have another land to play. Gordo down to 12 after this fetch. So if you're Chris here, you're looking for another copy of Word of Invention, or realistically, you probably still need another land in case you draw your Belchers. I can't really see his hand from here. But in total, Chris's combo needs 7 mana, 4, and then 3. It can either be on the same turn or split across 2 turns, depending. But Word of Invention for Lotus Bloom is going to be how he's going to get 3 extra mana, ideally. But we saw the first one have its Lotus Bloom destroyed, so unsure if he's got access to a second one. I believe that's a Flare of Denial is the front card in his hand. Chris is down to 12. Gordo brought back the Cauldron Familiar, drained in 1, and then attacked for 2. And Gordo's back up to 13 off after that cat trigger. Chris plays a tap land, finds the 4th land. Gordo activating the ability of Gilded Goose both to make extra food, just so he has access to them. Sacrifices the Cauldron Familiar to scry 1. Bottoms the card. And then Familiar comes back. Gordo drains Chris for another 1. Gordo's going to do the same loop again. Scry again. Bottom. Just digging for another Samwise. Brings it back again. 13-10. Gordo's already burned through 2 Samwises. Only has 2 more left in his deck. Yeah, I have Chris at 8 as well. Alright, sounds like we're good. Just a little bit of a couple missed life point adjustments. Easy to happen when there's so many 1 damage instances coming. But Gordo's played this deck a lot. He knows exactly. He's very meticulous with how he keeps track of things. The way Chris is shuffling his hand is not someone who feels super comfortable. If I'm Chris's opponent, I'm feeling very good. And I feel like there's a certain amount of desperation coming from Chris's body language. Plays Tameshi. Notably, no white source to activate the ability of Tameshi. There is the Lotus Bloom in the graveyard, but no white source, unfortunately. So Gordo's going to make some more food and continue scrying with this cat. Gordo's tanking on this scry. I didn't see what it is. Oh, the The best part about Magic and Paper is the true crime body language analysis. That is... Oh, that's the Marionetter, I believe, from Modern Horizons 3, that drains whenever a creature you control dies. But Stern Scolding from Chris, absolutely correct play. That card can get out of control really quick. Gordo just says, damn. Absolutely, he's kind of in check. He doesn't have... He's got this very slow cat combo going that will eventually kill Chris. That's going to give Chris close to like 4 draw steps. If Chris draws a white source, I assume the game is close to over, but... Past the turn. No white source still. Gordo breathes a sigh of relief and gets to go again. He's gonna, activate Cauldron Familiar. Just thinking in response. I don't think you have anything good you can respond to here. Unless you want to, like, maybe bounce the Visceros here. Drain goes off, 7-13. Oh, 15. I guess I must have missed a couple life point gains. But the players say 7-15. 6-16. Another food coming in. Yeah. 5-17 after the bring back. Yeah, the players... Gordo announced the sacrifice comeback, but did it in kind of a weird way. But yeah, 5-17 is the correct life totals. This is a Court of Calling, I believe. These are convoked. No, you need another green. You need another green, Gordo. I'm just going to go interrupt the players really quick. Be right back.
Sorry, I thought it was the green source. I can just... so a password e-course for the player.
Yep, that game over.
Alright, sorry about that, folks. The players have resumed their match. They will be given a time restriction for that. Just to run this by, what happened was you need to tap 3 green mana or 3 green creatures worth of mana when you convoke Corridor Calling, and Gordo didn't. He only tapped 2 green. Easy enough to fix, just tap the wrong lands. Our judge investigated, determined pretty honest mistake. Gordo tapped the correct lands and has been given a warning for a game rule violation. So nothing that affects the current game, but he will have to make sure he plays tighter for the rest of the event if he doesn't want that to upgrade. But our players are back on, and yeah, so probably a couple minutes will be added to their clock. I don't know exactly how many. So yeah, I believe the cord got Flare of Denial is what it looks like to me. Yeah, the Tameshi was sacrificed to cast Flare of Denial. I don't know if my life totals are still accurate, just because I was outside the casting booth. I had to just make sure that while the judge handled the judge call, that the deck check area wasn't disturbed. So my life totals may be a little bit wrong, but we shall see. There is another Tameshi, but does Chris still needs that white source? I feel like if he had the white source, he would just slam it. That's a sink into stupor. Oh, that's a Belcher, I believe, in his hand. Belcher and Hope, but I think that... Oh, no, okay, this is Warfers... Oh, Warfer 0 actually is good enough, right? Yeah, Warfer 0, get Lotus Bloom, crack the Lotus Bloom for white, tap your Waterlog Teachings, that's for blue, play Tameshi, you have 1 white floating, then that's 7 mana, I believe, if you bounce all your lands with Tameshi. I don't know if Chris has the Belcher, though. If he does get to draw 1 card off the Tameshi trigger, so if that digs him to a Belcher, Chris would win. Or if he's just been holding a Belcher and I didn't realize it, but... The other thing is you also don't have to go all in here. You can just play Tameshi, bounce 1. But I think your life total is low enough as Chris that you do need to maybe go for it a little bit. But Gardo has asked, sorry, can I do math? Alright, what is this? 2 mana from Gordo. Gordo's got something in response to the activation of the Tameshi ability. Oh, Chris has not played a land this turn. Yeah, that is important. So, Chris actually could get a little bit of extra mana. Viseju, target the Waterlog Teachings. Okay. Is it a Belcher? Yeah, so this actually also... Oh yeah, the Viseju also denies Chris some mana, but the fact he hasn't played his land, it kind of evens out. So it still is 7 mana if he has a Belcher, but we'll have to see. Chris is very good at holding his hand perfectly vertical to the camera, so I can't tell what's in it. I see a Disrupting Shoal. I mean, if it was a Belcher, I'm sure he would have just played it. So I think he's thinking about, like, does he need to bounce Behemoth Veil or Behemoth Veil? I'm not quite sure exactly what the card's name is. But that gives -2/-0 to Gordo's creatures, so that might save an extra point of damage. Chris announces, play a land tapped, and that's the Sink into Stupor. Okay, confirmed Chris is still at 5. Plays a Sink into Stupor, so I would have thought that maybe there's a way to hold that up so that you can maybe interrupt a crucial bit of the combo, but we'll see. I guess he still has a Flare. Yeah, he can still hardcast Flare off Lotus Loom if he needs. 2 Scries from Gordo, not finding anything. he's putting his food underneath the life total, so kind of hard to see exactly where that is. All right, drain 1. 4 to 18. That's another cat and a Viscerous here. Chris gets an untap. Gordo sacked both his geese, so he can't remake food. Now, because of that, because there's no way to get the cats back, really, without Gordo drawing something, the Veil is actually a lot more interesting as a card you might want to actually just cast to buy yourself some time if you're Chris. 4 1/1s, giving them -2/-0 would actually be huge. Three white off this Lotus Bloom. It's going to start Chris to activate some Tameshi triggers. Or Tameshi activations. Shoal, Seagate Restoration, and one more card for Chris. Floatal Blow, bounce the Veil, yep. Draws a card. We're looking for Belcher or Whir. Belcher or Whir. Chris now says, I have to do math now. Very interesting. So I think the card that makes me say I need to do math here is Whir. I think if he drew Whir, he might be trying to figure out if he has 7 mana to Whir for 4 to put a Belcher into play, and then activate the Belcher as well. I don't think he has that much mana. Because he's got 2 white and a blue floating. 1, 2, 3... 6, 7. No, actually, I think he does have enough. I think he does have 10 mana. So I think he is fine if that card was in fact a Whir. Sure. Chris floats his blue. Activates Tameshi. Bounces Sink. Oh, I wonder if Chris is ever thinking about casting Seagate Restoration. Oh, there is a Whir. Yeah, confirm there's a Whir. So I think he just has it, right? 4 mana plus 10. Yeah, you just go Whir for Belcher. Yeah. Yeah, okay. He just has it. I think maybe he was trying to see if he could play around with something. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Chris is just explaining how his mana was floating. The awkward thing was he had the dice on 2 separate sides of his battlefield. Yeah, one for blue and one for white because they're the same color of dice. Yeah, yeah. So he's just explaining it to Gordo. But yeah, he did have enough mana. And I mean, even if he didn't have enough mana right there, he still could activate a little bit more, Tameshi a little bit more to get the rest of the mana he needs. So Chris is going to take game 1. Gordo Nation in shambles. So, looking at the sideboards, Chris has some Unable to Screams. I don't know that those will be coming in. Harbinger of the Seas might come in, depending. Grafdigger's Cage absolutely coming in. I think the Island's going to be coming in as well. Karn the Great Creators might come in if you expect Surgicals or something like that out of Gordo. But nothing too crazy. Gordo has Veil of Summer is going to be big. Crystal Barricade is absolutely a huge add from the Foundation set, which gives Gordo hexproof so that the Belcher can't actually target him to deal damage. So, if Gordo establishes Crystal Barricade, then Chris needs to find a way to kill a creature or get rid of it, and then actually activate the Belcher after you've dealt with that. So it just makes it much more hard for Chris to win. Collector Oof, probably another card coming in. Thoughtseize also coming in. Gaddock Teague, another amazing card for this matchup. So Gordo really does improve a lot post-sideboard. The players at the table are talking about how Gordo is saying that maybe he dug too aggressively trying to get the combo kill and he should have just won with Cat, and I kind of agree. I think that sacrificing the geese, yeah, I think you could have just... You're going to get a lot of triggers for scrying anyway if you just sacrifice cats. Oh, this is actually... I should change this to... Game 2. Yeah, definitely a slugfest of a game. Neither player really... I mean, Gordo's draw was very good, but Chris had enough answers to make the game kind of result in a very slow slugfest that he ended up pulling out, but could have gone either way. Yeah, the Belcher player with the Belcher, I was gonna say invention, but the whatever the brothers were, artifacts are called. I don't actually know what Gordo's mat is. I should ask him. But yeah, definitely some classy mats for sure.
Yeah.
Alright, both players are keeping. Gordo's going first. He's got that Boseiju in hand, really nice. Temple Garden Shock, make a Goose. Gordo's at 18. Goose makes food. Okay, so there's Suppression Rays. Already Chris off to a better start than last game. He actually has his white source really early on. Alright, Thoughtseize coming from Gordo. Takes 2 off the Godless Shrine and 2 off the Thoughtseize. Okay, we do see the Unable to Screams coming in. Now, one of the things that's really interesting about playing the Belcher deck is that you are extra vulnerable to Thoughtseize, because Thoughtseize normally can't take lands, but it can take lands to, if they are the modal double-face cards. So we're looking at the Seagate Restoration and the Waterlog Teachings. Chris is playing them as lands, but because the front side isn't a land, you can take them with Thoughtseize. So you are at a risk of maybe your draw just is not functional. But Gordo decides to take Philology Archaeologist. That's going to stop Chris from digging for Lotus Broom, digging for Aura of Invention, digging for Belcher. Chris has like some counter spells and interaction here, but doesn't really actually have any of his combo. Yeah, the Godzilla mat is sick. I don't know if it's like an actual Godzilla card. Alright, second Goose coming down for Gordo. Second food. Alright, Lotus Bloom coming on suspend, so 3 turns from now, Chris will have a very strong turn. We do know that Gordo has the Boseiju, though. So, probably, unless Chris is able to War of Invention, probably won't do too much. Won't do too much even when it comes off. The Surasier from Gordo, pass the turn. Gordo still needs a Cat and a Samwise to complete his combo. Needs Seer, Cat, Samwise, and a food in play. I respect the cheering for the mat you like better. That's absolutely a valid way to live your life. So we see Unable to Scream on the Vistaris here. That removes all its abilities. Gordo is going to... I don't know if this is resolved or if he's doing this in response to the Unable to Scream. I think he is doing this in response. He's going to fetch, Surveil, and then sacrifice Visurasir to itself, just to put it in the graveyard and get a little bit of value out of it. Gordo's hands Boseiju in a land. Surveil, that's a Gilded Goose. Get it in the graveyard. Don't need any more of that. Yeah, there's the sacrifice. Birthing Ritual, absolute monster of a hit. If this resolves, it's going to be huge. I think Chris is going to counter on sight if he can. Yeah, here's Birthing Ritual. Birthing Ritual resolves. Chris does not have a counter. This huge play for Gordo. Gordo's going to get a look at his top 7 cards, find any creature that's 1 casting cost or higher than the Gilded Goose, so any 2-drop or less, put into play, sack one of the Gilded Geese. There's Bowmasters. Orcish Bowmasters, not the best card, not really a combo card, but is going to put a little bit of a clock on Chris, provide some bodies for this birthing ritual, and also hedge slightly against Tameshi will make Chris take a damage. If Chris ever gets to 7 mana and tries to cast a Seagate Restoration, they'll take a bunch of damage. I think realistically, Gordo's probably just keeping this in for the just the bodies to keep a critical mass of creatures so that birthing ritual functions. Here's Tameshi. Fetch from Gordo, 15. 12. I missed a fetch, I guess. Oh, and Chris, I guess, is 19 from the Bowmaster. Surveil from Gordo. Bins a land. Is that a Sylvan Safekeeper? Yeah, it is. I believe that is a Sylvan Safekeeper. Gordo taking an extra close read at Tameshi. The card's a little weird. Definitely a good one to make sure you know exactly how it works. There's Sylvan Safekeeper. Not super important in this matchup. Just gives your creatures hexproof, but if Chris is trying to use Unable to Scream or Sync to Supers to stop the combo, it'll be nice. A little bit of insurance. Gordo moves to end step. Here's the Birthing Ritual trigger again. Let's see, anything good. Looks like a whiff. I think that's actually nothing. Nope, there is something. Sacks the Bowmaster. Okay, he gets a cat. I didn't see the cat there. Triggers a gain 1, lose 1. Okay, so now Gordo just needs a Samwise. If Gordo gets... Or, sorry. No, Samwise and Viscera Seer. The Viscera Seer was sacrificed earlier. Lotus Bloom does hit the battlefield. Gordo doesn't Boseiju it in upkeep. Kind of surprising. I really am surprised that he let Chris take this. Like, it's obviously bad if Chris has Whir, but... I guess the Tameshi is in play, so... Maybe it's... Yeah, I guess if the Tameshi's in play, then it doesn't really matter and you aren't supposed to. Because Chris does functionally have enough mana to do what he wants. Chris in the tank here. I mean, I think you should at least just activate your Tameshi first and draw a card and see. Gordo will get a Bowmaster trigger, but realistically, your life total's high enough that I'm not too worried about it if I'm Chris. Might be thinking about which card to bounce? Maybe he has a line. I think Chris does have a line where he bounces the Waterlog Teachings, casts it, gets Whir, casts Whir, gets Belcher? I don't know if he has enough mana for that. That's a lot of mana. That's like 11 mana. Yeah, I think he does have enough mana because the Lotus Bloom just came off. I'm wondering, actually, if the Boseiju would have stopped this line. If Chris is off by 3 mana, or 2 mana, I guess, because of the island. Bowmaster trigger. Oh, he's pinged to Meshi for 1. Unfortunately for Gordo, rare unfortunate upside to Tameshi is that it only draws you 1 card per turn, just regardless of how many lands you bounce. So Gordo isn't going to be able to finish off this Tameshi unless Chris does something truly wild. Here's the Teachings cast. And just a reminder, even if we do go to a Game 3, these players do have a time extension from that judge call earlier. Yeah, Chris is breaking out the paper just to make sure that everything's super clear for mana-wise, which I think you're supposed to do at this REL anyway. So 1 and 1 is the mana footing for Chris. 1 blue, 1 white. Teachings gets Whir. I think Chris has this. Because effectively each land Chris has in play is 2 mana, because you have to spend 1 mana to put Lotus Bloom into play, and then Lotus Bloom generates 3, and it costs you returning 1 land to do that. So you can do that 3 times, which is effectively 6 extra mana, plus the Lotus Bloom is already in play. So that's 9 mana, so I believe he can just fire Belcher. Gordo has Boseiju, but it's not enough. Yeah, 4 white in the pool. You just gotta activate Tameshi once more. Yeah, I believe Chris has this. Gordo has nothing, and as long as Chris decides to win the game, it is over. All he has to do is announce a word for... Yeah, well, he has to make sure he has mana left over. No, that's not how that works. Yeah, Gordo thought that you drew a card each time, which is why he pinged Tameshi in the first place. He didn't realize that the card draw was not once per turn. Yeah, Chris was like, yes, I wasn't worried. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, like I said, Tameshi's a little bit of a weird card if you aren't super used to playing with it. You could use the ability to get back artifacts by bouncing lands as many times as you want per turn, but you only draw a card the first time you do it. Okay, so Gordo is thinking about responding to the Tameshi activation. Oh, he's going to try and Boseiju. So I think what's going to happen is Gordo's going to try and Boseiju this suppression raise in response. But that will work for a few reasons. One is, if Chris was boarded in his island, which I think he should have because of Boseiju, he saw Boseiju in game 1, then it actually just gives Chris mana, because Chris can then just return the island to his hand. And Chris still has his land drop. Gordo's kind of beating himself up about it here, but I don't think there's anything he could have done this turn with just this Boseiju. I don't think he had a window. I think maybe his window is on draw step, but to kill the Lotus Bloom. But I think once you've gotten to this point, I think he's just dead. Yeah. Yeah, so Chris currently has 6 mana with a Lotus Bloom coming back. So Chris now has effectively 9 mana, and then plus at least another land drop and up to 2 Tameshi activations. So Chris has tons of mana to work with, flush with mana. I don't think that Boseiju on the Lotus Bloom would have done anything. And yeah, Chris has a flare, so even if Gordo has a spell that does something. So, for example, one card that Gordo could have here that would actually make a difference would be Court of Calling for Crystal Barricade, which gives him hexproof. The issue with that is obviously Chris just has a counter spell, and I think he's even bounced to Sink into Super, and I think he just has enough mana that it wouldn't actually matter. But that would at least impact the game state. This Boseiju, I think, I don't think it's face up effectively, because I don't think Chris... I think Chris is playing around something that's not Boseiju, just by kind of body language and how he's talking. And if you had the read that this is Boseiju, then I think we would have just killed him already. But Chris making sure he doesn't make a mistake. Word for Belcher. Gordo is asking, do you have the island? Oh, so Gordo's out is that the island, he's not going to Boseiju. Gordo's out is that the island is in the top 12 cards of Chris's deck. And if it is, then Belcher won't deal enough damage. Or if Chris somehow didn't board in the island. But I'm pretty sure Chris did board in the island because of Boseiju. So we are going to have a sweat. Everyone get excited. Chris is going to reveal cards from the top of his library until he hits a land or runs out of cards in his library. We believe there is one island. Chris asked Gordo if he wanted to concede. Gordo said, no, show me the island. Chris has an absolute massive amount of cards, massive amount of mana, and effectively a machine gun pointed at Gordo's head. Does he have enough bullets in the clip? Taps for more mana. Gonna try and thin out the deck maybe to try and draw the island. Can Chris get a second Belcher? A second Belcher would be so funny. I think that's a little bit too much mana. I don't think he has quite enough resources. Here's the Belcher. Activate. Target Gordo. Let's see it. Show us what you got. Let's count. Response. Okay, Gordo's gonna eat a food. Game 3 life. 15 looks. 15 looks, everyone. 2, 3. They're counting. 4, 5, 6. There's 6! There's an island! Gordo's alive!
Oh. Wow.
6 damage to Gordo.
Go to 10?
Oh, apparently Gordo's at 10? I had the map. Oh, maybe he ate some food and I didn't count. 8 cards in hand. Chris is his discard to hand size. Holy crap, what a sweat. I feel like throwing up here has been called by Gordo. Gordo, the people want a game 3. Can you make it happen? Gordo's realizing that if he besieges the Charbelcher, it does actually put the island into play because the island goes to the bottom of the deck. What an absolute sweat of a game. We could not have asked for a better match between two kind of uninteractive combo decks. But you gotta love being behind the mic for this one. What a fun set to watch. Gordo's reading Belcher, seeing if there's anything he can figure out to make sure he doesn't lose this game. He's snatching victory from the jaws of the defeat. Gaddock absolutely. Gaddock's a house. I assume that will get countered, but if the only counterspell I know Chris for sure has is Flare of Denial, which would require him to sacrifice Tameshi. There's Gaddock. What does that guy do has been called. Chris, this card ends your life. Kind of. Depending on if this Belcher survives. So for anyone who doesn't know, Gaddock is a 2/2 creature that says non-creature spells with casting cost 4 or greater, or an X in their casting cost, cannot be cast. So that's going to stop War of Invention. It's going to stop Goblin Charbelcher. And it's going to stop things like Disrupting Shoal. Here's Boseiju on the Goblin Charbelcher. Chris will get his island out of the deck. These players have 7 minutes on the clock, plus however much they have from their time extension. I'm going to wager it's probably about, like, I don't know, 10, 11 minutes? And for anyone who's forgotten about it, like I have, Gordo still has a birthing ritual in play. So gets to look at his top 7, pull a creature out of them. Did he find anything cool? I think there's an endurance. I don't know if he wants the endurance. Yeah. How much do you care about this Bowmaster? Endurance, target you.
That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, this is going to stop Chris from being able to bring back the Goblin Charbelcher with Tameshi, as he's astutely noticed. And Chris had to use all his lands, so he's got no resources other than this one Lotus Bloom. I shouldn't say no resources, but his ability to make a ton of mana is severely reduced, and his hand's just full of all these double-faced lands. Draw for turn. I believe that's an Unable to Scream. Not a bad one. That will out the Teague. Gordo says this match is insane. We agree. Absolute nail-biter. I am just hoping for a Game 3, and I hope that this game ends soon, and then we can play a Game 3 with enough time for it to be satisfying. Absolutely sick. That said, both players are so close to winning this game. I understand wanting to take a little bit of time. Make sure you're not missing something super annoying or super not obvious that might let you win the game. If there's a weird play you need to take that doesn't come up, this is not a game you want to lose and then regret how you played it. You want to make sure you're playing this game correctly. Yeah. Alright, Chris has drawn a card. Brought the Lotus Spoon back. Has a little bit of mana floating. No Belcher. No Belcher to be seen. No Whir. Yeah. Gordo says he's not sure how Chris can win. I actually do agree because the 7 Safekeeper is going to protect the Teague. So, I think with Safekeeper, Teague, and a bunch of things, I think Chris should probably just concede. Unable, target Sylvan Safekeeper. Give it Shroud. Alright, Chris passes 7 cards in hand. Gordo oh, that's a Samwise. I believe that does it. Or, well, Chris will have to counter it. But... yeah, oh, look, I'm terrible at Lorcana, so I absolutely understand how, like, it's really easy to misplay in that game. Yeah, and the board states can get super complicated. Same thing as here. Flare sack Tameshi. Chris opts to keep the Lotus Spoon in play. The only hope he has is using this Lotus Spoon for mana. Chris is down to 7. End of turn trigger. I don't think there's an out for Chris. I do think Chris actually probably should have conceded a little bit earlier. I think these players might not know how short they are on time. The one unfortunate thing is I don't believe we have a clock display for the feature match. They might not know how short on time they are. Like there are TVs like posted around the store, but with the timer on them, but they don't have a great view of them. Chris has 6, Bowmaster. Yeah, I think Chris is dead, but a draw for these players is actually not great because they'd both be 2-1-1 and then they both need to play and win their last round of Swiss. Whoever wins this game probably has a good shot at being able to intentionally draw. That only works if we get an actual winner. If they can't finish a game, there'll still be issues. Here's a 5 off the Orcish Bowmaster trigger from Tameshi. Oh, what a sweat, what a sweat. Yeah, you got sinks, they don't do anything. I must have... okay, one thing that's interesting, we do see that Chris did board in the Harbinger of the Seas. So, absolutely a card that would have crushed Gordo if it was in play at any point. Okay, we're going to game 3. Gordo has offered the draw. Oops. He offered the intentional draw. Chris has declined the draw. So, if you're... I think they're thinking about it. The players are going to... okay. The players do have a 3-minute time extension, and they're going to draw. These are 2 friends, and they have decided that they do not have enough time to actually play out the match. And realistically, if they did play out the game 3, the only way it ends is someone running over the other person. And I think if you have a close game, it's going to unintentionally draw anyway. I still think I might have played it out, but again, these 2 are friends, so they're going to take the they're intentionally drawing, but it's effectively an unintentional draw. So, really sad for coverage, we do not get a game 3, because that was an absolute nail biter. Yeah. I wonder if Chris had conceded like a couple minutes earlier, if they wouldn't have decided to unintentionally draw. But, I mean, it's super close. Regardless, thanks to the players for just a wonderful set to watch. hopefully for both of them, they will both win their next
Thank you, I
matches, and we get to see them in the top 8.
It was.
But
15. 16, sorry.
yeah, the time in the actual round is up, and these two had their extension. Yeah, sad to know Game 3. We got the last round of Swiss coming up for you right away. I'm going to give these deck lists back to our judge, and I will see you really quickly because we're basically done.
That's the only time I've ever hit the island. I like maybe can't really bring it in against this deck, but
All right, I've got deck lists for you.
like I'm not gonna.
I knew you were going to rag it against me, too. That's what I was telling them. That's
I did, but they were all hopefully not this decent. I mean, we still might make it. It was like first class, 2000.
wow, I gotta play the weird.
Ready, like, on the holding.
All right. All right. We are back right away, and we did have some draws at our top tables, so we have an interesting round that might have top eight ramifications. The Rammies, as they say, are real. This is Gordo again playing his Samwise combo deck, this time against Gabe, and Gabe has brought. I believe this is also a Samwise combo. This is a Samwise mirror. So if you are a fan of Lord of the Rings, Samwise mirror, all Sams. So to show you the top, so the match. Sorry, let me rephrase. So Gordo is 2-1-1, just took that unintentional draw after last round. Gabe is 2-2. I believe the top 3 tables drew, or at least were in positions to draw. I believe an X2 or maybe 2 X2s might still be live for top 8. So I think this might just straight up be a win and end for both players. So a somewhat of a pair up. But yeah, this will be a fun one. I don't know anything about the Samwise mirror. So we're gonna see an interesting match for sure. This is round 5, game 1. This is our last round of Swiss before top 8. A reminder: this is a 4-slot RCQ. So we are going to play this match. We're gonna have a top 8. Our top 8 match is going to be winner gets to go to Calgary for the regional championships in November. But we will also have matches playing down to a winner for prizing and whatnot in the championship mat and all that good stuff. Once again, my name is Zach. I'm from Kelowna, guest casting here at the Game Hub in Kamloops, bringing you all the action all day. We will be playing down to a winner tonight. Gordo mulliganing. Oh, I kind of appreciate them with the camera or with the phone on there to show off to make sure I can do my life math. But the timer is actually cutting it off, so we'll see. I appreciate the players doing that though. It makes my job a little bit easier, especially in a matchup like this where there's a ton of up and down by 1 life. And I'm still used to this whole using a Stream Deck thing. The setup here at the Game Hub, big shout outs to them. Their setup here is fantastic. Gordo just changing out of sleep here. Oh, I forgot to start the timer. I should do that. This timer is a little bit... this timer is a little bit premature, so they actually have 46 minutes currently. Gordo is thinking on the mulligan. I don't know if our judges are giving the feature matches a separate clock, but I'm just going off the public timer. We did take a little bit of time to decide on the feature match for this matchup because obviously some tables would be drawing, and so if people were drawing, then we wouldn't want to show you a match that didn't happen. Looks like both players fetching to start us off, and each player getting a goose. Ogre and Tomb for Gordo is going to take him down to 17. And I assume Gabe is also going to. Yeah, Overgrown Tomb as well. Both players playing exactly the same things to start. Alright, Gordo turn 2. He has initiative. Metaphorical initiative, not the magic mechanic initiative. Tapping this goose is going to sack a food. It looks like he's got a couple of Samwises in hand. That's going to be a Wall of Roots. Wall of Roots pass, no second land for Gordo. Wall of Roots not bad though, it does develop his mana, but he is out of food now. Alright, 14 for Gabe. Oh, oops, sorry. 14 for Gabe. Go for Temple Garden. Birthing Ritual. Gonna sack this goose. And also playing a Cauldron Familiar. Sorry. So it's, yeah. Because they have 3 mana, 2 of which go to the Birthing Ritual, 1 of which sacks the food, casts Cauldron Familiar. Gabe's gonna go up to 15, Gordo's down to 16, and then a Birthing Ritual trigger is gonna happen in the end phase. Now, if you're Gabe, I assume you're going to want Samwise, although both players have Samwise in their hand, so Samwise is, but a free one's never bad. It looks like a Haywire Might, main deck Haywire Might from Gabe. Opts to not get anything, just kind of keep the cat in play. Gordo's established his birthing ritual. Going to cash in Gilded Goose for his Haywire Might. Very interesting that Gabe did not get the Haywire Might, and then Gordo immediately developed birthing ritual. So, unsure if that was Gabe just not thinking about this as a possibility, or if it was Gabe just wanting the wanting this for combo purposes. Samwise, and then Core for Viscera Seer actually is going to be good enough, I believe. They Core for Viscera Seer. Viscera Seer will enter the battlefield, trigger Samwise, make a food, and that is all she wrote. Gabe goes ahead in the Samwise mirror. Yeah, Gordo missing a pretty critical land drop. So, now, looking at both players' sideboards, a lot of the same stuff going on. I assume Gordo's going to bring in the Fatal Pushes, the Endurances, maybe some Veil of Summers, depending on if that's the axis you want to fight against the other Fatal Pushes on. You could also board in Force of Vigor against just Birthing Ritual, but I think that's kind of narrow. Looking at Gabe's sideboard, Doorkeeper Thrall is kind of an interesting card. I don't know how good that is in a... Like, it does show off your combo too, but I guess you can sacrifice 2 Viscera Seer if you then develop your combo. So that's probably coming in. Phyrexian Revoker, a pretty interesting card. You might board that in to name Viscera Seer, but again, obviously that shuts your own off too. A couple of Path Exiles kind of interesting. I don't think those will come in, just because like the mana is actually kind of important, and Viscera Seer, if Gordo cares about the creatures going to the graveyard, if there's a Viscera Seer in play, Gordo can just sack them in response, so unsure if those will come in. And then, yeah, each player has like a Thoughtseize or 2 they might board in. But neither player is really going to improve that much, with the exception of, I believe, this Doorkeeper Thrall out of game. Looking at Gordo's deck, how many outs to that does he have? It depends on 3 Fatal Pushes if he boards those in. And optionally a Grist the Hunger Tide. Oh, okay, interesting. It sounds like Gabe did not sideboard and maybe just added cards. Like Gordo said, you didn't take anything out, ? So I think Gabe may have gone up, maybe Gabe even went up to just 61, it's just the Doorkeeper Thrall, I wonder. Not quite sure what happened, I wasn't paying too much attention to that. Gordo's kept his 7, going first this time. Alright, Gabe is trying his hand at 6. Let's see what he can get. Alright, Gordo's at 17. Goose for Overgrown. Or, Overgrown Tomb for Goose. Catacombs Pass from Gabe. Much better start for Gordo. Might be representing a push. Oh, there is the Path Exile. Never mind. We did see Path Exile. Path Exile has been spotted. And set fetch Dryad Arbor. So, what this... Or... Yeah. Oh, sorry. Gordo's at 16. Gordo's at 17 to Gabe's 19 after this cat activation. Goose Thoughtseize, Gordo down to 15. Oh. Gabe is going to fetch down to 16, find a Temple Garden, and Path Exile the cat in response. So, the correct sequence is Gordo is going to go fetch land from his deck, the cat's going to be exiled, Gabe is obviously going to find his Temple Garden, and Gordo is going to Thoughtseize, seeing a hand of Phyrexian Revoker, Court of Calling, Basic Forest, Skyclave Apparition, and Samwise. I believe he's going to take probably Revoker on this board, but I'm not really sure how good Revoker even is in the mirror, because if you name Seer, then you can't, unlike with Doorkeeper Thrall, you can't sacrifice Phyrexian Revoker to get rid of its effect because it's disabled. Gordo's going to take Samwise, leaving Gabe with Revoker, Skyclave, Forest, Cord. A pretty clunky hand, but Gabe did mull to 6, so it's functional but slow. So things are looking very good for Gordo in this game too. That's a Wall of Roots. Wall of Roots is going to help a lot. Back to Gordo. Gordo picks up a Visceros here. It's a key combo piece. Visceros here hits the board. I believe that's a Fatal Push in Gordo's hand. I want to say that's the Assassin's Creed Fatal Push, but I'm not 100% sure. That is a Goose. Yeah. Goose make a food, and then 2-mana Revoker. Visceros here is the name on Phyrexian Revoker. Cord for 1 from Gordo. Now, notably, Haywire Might doesn't actually, can't kill Phyrexian Revoker. Gordo just grabs a cat, so Gabe to 15, Gordo to 16 the other way. Gordo just needs to out this Revoker and play a Samwise, but if it is in fact a Fatal Push... Oh, I have 19, I think. Yeah. 17, okay. The players said 19, but both me and the players were wrong. Yeah. Push on upkeep has been called. This is so that Gordo can activate Visceros here before he draws and push. Gabe is going to Cord in response for 1 drop. Sylvan Safekeeper. Very cool play. So this, Cord for 1, get Sylvan Safekeeper, sacrifice the land, and then preserve the Phyrexian Revoker. That said, Gabe's got, no mana. He was already short on mana. Wall's been activated twice already. Goose doesn't have a food to play with. Gordo's thinking here. Ooh, there is another Cord for him. Gordo feels like he made a misplay. Now I'm looking at what are the silver bullets Gordo can Cord for here. Carrion Feeder is an optional other sacrifice thing, which is really nice. That might come up if Gordo kept it in. Here's Cord. Cord for X equals 3. Cord for Grist. Okay. Yeah, so Grist will be able to take out the Revoker. I really don't know that I don't know that I love it, because Gabe can just sacrifice a land to Sylvan Safekeeper to protect the Revoker again. But at the same time, if Gordo just Stone Rains Gabe every turn for now until eternity, he's probably winning. Beseiju. Quick check of the deck list for basic lands. I guess Beseiju is lands of any. Lands with basic land types, so there'll be plenty of those. Grist, target Sylvan Safekeeper, sacrifice Dryad Arbor to give it Shroud. I'm kind of surprised Gordo went for Grist here. But maybe there isn't. I think maybe going for like Yawgmoth would have been better. Beseiju target Revoker. Yeah. Instead of getting a land, Gabe sacks his last land. Gabe has no lands in play. Draws a Corticolic, one of the few cards that actually does anything on this board. Wall of Roots, still being able to effectively tap for 2 mana for Chord, because you can tap it for Convoke and use the mana ability. Gabe has access to Chord for X equals 2. If you're Gordo, that's gotta be what you're thinking about. The only thing that Gabe can do is Chord for 2. Otherwise, he's hard locked out. 13-16 after this cat activation. I must have missed another one. Another... Grist plus, mills a land, make an insect. I believe that's just a land in Gordo's hand. Oh no, that's a cat. Sorry, not used to the secret layers. 17-12? And here's the Chord for 2 we talked about. I assume this is going for Samwise. Thing is that Gabe still needs a good amount of his combo. Yeah, so there's the Chord for Samwise. But Gabe still needs a Seer or another sack outlet and a cat. I don't know if he has a cat in Graveyard yet. I don't think so. This Sylvan Safekeeper's definitely done some work. It's created a really interesting game. Gabe says go. Not so much you can do with no mana, effectively. I mean, there is a goose and a wall, so 2 mana, effectively. Gordo, just making a food at end step. Had already drawn, but asked his opponent if he minded, and the opponent said it was fine. So, good sportsmanship by Gabe. Skyclave from Gordo. We knew Gabe had a Skyclave, but this is Gordo showing his off. What are you going to target here? There's no Shroud coming out from the Safekeeper this time. It's all of the lands to eat. I kind of think it's got to be Samwise, because then you get to choke the Gilded Goose on mana. Goose can make 1 mana here, but yeah, I think I would take Samwise, but Gordo knows the deck better than me. Maybe you do just take a Revoker. Samwise. Okay. Cool. My gut instinct was not bad. So Samwise under Skyclave, plus Grist, mill 1, get a guy. Now this is starting to look really worrisome for Gabe, because this Grist is threatening a second activation of the minus. Oh, this is 5. This is an attack. 5 creatures coming in at Gordo, or coming in from Gordo at Gabe. There isn't good blocks. Yeah. Gabe takes 3. Oh, I think maybe it's at 10. Maybe I missed one. Yeah, I believe that's 8. Rumble. Okay. This wall root's getting dangerously close to dying. There's Blooming Marsh, getting some more lands to fuel the Safekeeper and his plays in general. Alright, Gordo on taps. Gordo could have thought about doing some scrying and end step. Oh no, he couldn't. He can't scry and end step because of Revoker. Never mind, pay no attention to me. Gordo is smart. Now that you've seen 2 lands from Gabe, I wonder if you are still interested in minusing this Grist. Young Wolf from Gordo. Gordo's a huge Yawgmoth player. Really liked that deck before picking this one up. So he's knows his way around a young wolf or two. Alright, Young Wolf's being sacked to Grist. Target Revoker. Revoker hits the bin. Young Wolf comes back with a counter. Big attack coming in for Gordo. 6 creatures turning sideways. 7 creatures even turning sideways. Nope. The only creature with power that Gabe even has in play is the Sylvan Safekeeper. Everything else is just a 0x. Safekeeper chumps the... Wait, what an interesting block. So, Goose blocked a 1-1, and Safekeeper blocked... And Safekeeper blocked the Skyclave. Well, I guess Goose is a 0-2. For some reason, I thought Goose is a 0-3. Never mind. So yeah, two chump blocks, effectively. Well, I think you still could have blocked the 1-1 on something else to at least kill it, if you're going to chump with the Goose anyway. Alright, here's Sant from Gabe. I think it's not going to be enough. I would be... Oh, I definitely don't have the right life total. I think Gabe took 4? End step... End step Scry 1. Birthing Ritual on top. And then I assume Gordo's going to sacrifice the food, bring the cat back, trigger the drain. Oh, Gabe's at 2 to 18. Yeah. Alright. Gordo takes this one. We're going to game 3. And we still got 30 minutes left, so tons of time for a really rock-solid game 3. Alright. I should reset the life totals, I guess. Alright, we have... I think this is actually our first game 3 of the day. We've had a bunch of 2-0s, and then we had the... the 1-1 draw with no actual game 3 last round. So this is the first time we actually see 2 players shuffling up for game 3, so let's make it a good one. So we did see the Path Exiles come in from Gabe. Gordo does not have Path Exile. The only creature removal Gordo has is the Grist, which we did see, and then some Fatal Pushes. Alright. Oh, there's that Carrion Feeder we were talking about. I really wonder if Gordo is able to play in such a way that he conceals Carrion Feeder, because if you conceal Carrion Feeder, then you could induce that Revoker line, and it'll make it... You might be able to, like, get one over on Gabe by having him name the wrong thing with Revoker, but Gordo's going down to 16. Thoughtseize. We're going to see Doorkeeper Thrall, Wall of Roots, Path to Exile, Birthing Ritual, Backstreet Samwise. Gordo's going to take Birthing Ritual. Pretty interesting. I think... I understand why, but maybe he has a push in hand, but I do think it's worth thinking about the Doorkeeper Thrall. I think that card is really good. Stops both Samwise and the cat from doing their thing. Alright. Gabe's still at 20 after that Razor Roots thicket. Down 18 now from a Godless Shrine. Wall of Roots comes out. Pass the turn to Gordo. There is a Fatal Push in Gordo's hand, so that's why he wasn't worried about the Doorkeeper Thrall. Dryad Arbor getting played, that will have Summoning Sickness. Pushes the Wall of Roots, kind of interesting. So... Oh, there is a Yawgmoth in hand for Gordo. Yeah, so Yawgmoth will also be able to take care of Doorkeeper Thrall. There's a couple variants of the Doorkeeper Thrall effect you can play. Drain here. Gordo's at 15, and Gabe at 19. There's a couple of variations of that effect you can apply. Like Takali Honor Guard is another one that's a 1/3 without flash or flying. But in a spot like this, actually might be a little bit better because you can't kill it with a single Yawgmoth activation. And that comes up in some other matchups too. I've kind of, in my own modern testing, have been kind of debating between the various versions of that effect, which one you want. Because there are different spots where one is better than the other. Kind of an interesting choice. I think Doorkeeper Thrall is like the default one that everyone plays, but I do think it's not like 100% just always play Doorkeeper Thrall sort of thing. I think you should like really think about your matchups where it matters. Now, do I think that these players should be heavily influencing their deck design choices based on the Samwise mirror? Probably not, but it is an interesting thing to think about when you are doing modern deck building. Think about how are people going to interact with my sideboard cards. Gordo fetches down to 12 here. Gonna grab a Godless Shrine. Carrion Feeder comes out. He does reveal it. It really doesn't do anything on this board. Fatal Push the Samwise. Yep, that seems good. Path and Cord. Cord's a crazy good draw, although there isn't a third green source for Gabe. He needs a green creature or a green land or a green producing mana source. Doorkeeper Thrall at sorcery speed. Interesting, because that has flash, right? Surveil. Doorkeeper Thrall is going to stop the ETB enter the battlefield abilities of creatures on both sides. So, really going to slow this game down, prevent people from comboing for at least a little bit. Thoughtseize from Gordo. Stoked to see that Horde of Calling. Get it out of here. That card is very scary, even though Gabe can't cast it quite yet, just wants to be absolutely safe. That's a goose for Gabe. Gonna develop. Does not make a token because of Thrall. Pass back to Gordo. Tap 2 Gordo plays Wall of Roots, not developing this Yawgmoth yet. Waiting until he has a little bit more resources to work with before he starts firing that off. Yeah.
Sorry.
Gordo just making sure there's no food. The food was already in play from a Samwise before the Gilded Goose entered. That is not a new food. Gordo with the end step. Flash and Endurance. No trigger. The Storekeeper Thrall having negated, I think, 3 effects already. Land for Gordo. This Yawgmoth is going to be huge. Now, how does he want to engineer this situation? He just passes. Interesting. There's Sam for Gordo. Actually, is that just game? Does Gordo have a cat? Yawgmoth pass. No. Oh, I guess, yeah, there's no, yeah. The Doorkeeper Thrall has to get killed first. If I'm Gordo, I'm loving my position here. I think how I would start is I would sack probably just this Dryad Arbor and kill the Doorkeeper Thrall. Interesting. We're going to attack first. I don't hate that. Swing for 5. It goes through. Down to 14 for Gabe. Pass the turn. Gordo really slow playing this. I guess Gordo might just be making sure that there's no possibility for Gabe to combo out from under him, but I couldn't quite see which card was taken there off that rumble. Gabe has found another chord. Oh, that's a Yawgmoth. Okay, so Yawgmoth, Path, Chord of Calling is the hand for Gabe. As far as hands go, that's a pretty strong one. Gordo's going to have to sequence this really well to make sure he gets it. Sack to target's been called. Sack Dryad Arbor. Gordo goes... oops. Gordo loses one. Oh, is Doorkeeper Thrall not a 0? Is it a 1-2? Have I been lying this whole time? It is a 1-2. Okay. So Gordo will have to sack 2 creatures to kill it. This makes sense. Never mind. Discard a card, proliferate off the Yawgmoth. Put a -1 counter on the Thrall. It dies. ETB is now back online. Again, kind of nice. This deck can fall back to like a Yawgmoth style game plan. You can see that Gabe actually has a Young Wolf, but Gordo is also playing Young Wolf, so could develop that as a value engine. But Gordo's just going to go to combat, attack for 5. I believe that puts Gabe to 9 and tied up. But I really like Gordo's position here. Birthing Ritual. There's another Haymaker. Is this going to resolve? I am shocked that the Path Exile didn't go through on Yawgmoth. Path Exile response. I didn't quite hear what it was for. I think it's for Yawgmoth. Oh, sorry, it's targeting the Sam. I didn't see that the Sam is the Sam was covered up by the graphics. Path is targeting Gordo's Sam. That's right underneath where it says round 5 game 2. That is a Sam. Gordo's going to sack the Sam to put a counter on the Goose. Gordo goes to 8, draws a card. Does not get a land. Still going to have this Birthing Ritual trigger in end step. Alright, Birthing Ritual trigger. Gordo's going to look at the top 7, spin the wheel, see if we find anything. Another Samwise would be good. There is a Grist. You could upgrade this Wall of Roots into a Grist. Unfortunately, I think you actually kind of want to just get rid of the Carrion Feeder. You can't block. But that is a weird thing to think about, because it is part of the combo if you want it. Alright. Does cash in the Wall of Roots for the Grist. Unfortunately, not going to be able to activate the Grist the turn he plays it, because this is in the end step. Can't activate loyalty abilities, except in the main phase. And as ahead as Gordo is on board, he is at a low life total, and every time you use Yawgmoth, you do take 8, or you do take a point of life, and he's at 8. So there's only so many times he can draw cards before he does actually have to start either getting some food and cashing it in, or actually winning the game with a combo. Yawgmoth from Gabe, and now the game is really interesting. So, this could be anyone's game. Now it really comes down to who's experienced in these Yawgmoth mirrors. And I know Gordo and Gabe, I think they both said they have never played the Samwise mirror. But I know Gordo has played Yawg mirrors, I'm sure. He's played a lot of Yawgmoth, so... Gordo actually attempting to... so what's happening here is players are sacrificing... Gordo activated Proliferate, and in response, Gabe sacked the creature that was about to die to target the Carrion Feeder. And then Gordo is now sacking Feeder in response to that, to Yawgmoth. Tried to put a counter on the opposing Yawgmoth, but Yawgmoth has protection from humans, so Yawgmoth cannot target Yawgmoth. I believe we are 8-7. Both players have drawn a card. Or just Gordo has drawn a card. Because the Yawgmoth ability from Gabe is countered. Big sigh let out from Gordo. A lot of thinking to be done. Luckily, both players have a ton of time. Still 16 minutes. Alright, here's a cat. It's going to be 8-7 the other way. Yep. There's a goose. Make a food. Attackers coming in. Nope. Yeah, pro humans again. You cannot block Yawgmoth with Yawgmoth. So Yawgmoth is blocking the endurance. Now, yeah. Gordo can't finish it off because again, pro humans. Really interesting line attacks that very rarely comes up, but actually is coming up. Gordo sacks the cat to Yawgmoth, targeting Gabe's cat. Paying 1 life, Gordo is down to 7. Gabe sacks cat in response to a counter on Goose. Gordo says sure. 7-4 is apparently what Gordo says. Drain. 8-3. Gordo at 7. What's the counter on Young Wolf? Yawgmoth proliferating Grist. And this is Grist ult. Absolutely brilliant line. I was wondering why the Grist was at 4 when he hadn't been used, but yeah, Yawgmoth proliferated last turn, and then, yeah, Yawgmoth proliferate, Grist goes up to 5, and then Grist -5 with 3 creatures in graveyard, and Gordo's able to deal lethal. What a nice line. Absolutely a line that you find when you've played a ton of this sort of deck. Really, really brilliant, inspired play by Gordo. Yeah, I didn't even see that as a possible out, but the Yawgmoth proliferate is huge. So, incredible showing by Gordo. Gordo will be in top 8, 3-1-1. So, yeah, that should lock Gordo into top 8. Should probably be, it'll be a lower seed, like maybe 6th, 7th, maybe 8th, depending on tiebreakers. But yeah, so anyway, great match. Really, really fun set to watch. Not a matchup you get to see all the time. Yeah, Gordo's now explaining to his opponent that he's played a ton of Yawgmoth in his life, so absolutely knows his way around how that game kind of devolved into actually more of a Yawg game than a Samwise game. Which is really funny given that both players only play 1 Yawg each and they both just naturally drew them. So, anyway, that's going to be it for me, and that's going to be it for the round of Swiss. Yeah, the Godzilla mat clearly carrying Gordo. That's going to be it for me for now. We have 13 minutes left on the clock. I'm going to throw you over to the BRA back screen. You can see some of the fine folks here at Game Hub in Kamloops. Once again, I've been Zach Turchansky here for you for the Game Hub. We will be back momentarily in top 8, where, again, the first match is going to be the important one. The first match is going to be someone getting to go to Calgary for the regional championships, and we will see you shortly for all that exciting action. I know there's a player in top 8 who I am excited to feature, so fingers crossed that we can make it happen. But it did kind of depend on the results of the last round, so we're going to see if we can do it. Alright, thanks for watching. We will be back shortly.
You have the map. I think it says like qualifier. Yeah, that was what I got for.
Well, I guess like either way.
Yeah, I would have had to.
No, you would have been.
How was I left? We get short of me.
Welcome back, kings, queens, and monarchs of every element. We have your top 8 here at the Game Hub in beautiful Kamloops, British Columbia. We have Chris, our Belcher player, who we saw on camera earlier, and we have the number 1 seed, Farrell, on Blue-Red Prowess. The hot new deck using Corey Steel Cutter, going to attempt to kill Chris into the sun before Chris gets a chance to resolve a Belcher. Just update some of the stream elements here. And all right, quarterfinals. All right. Yeah, what do we got for the gaming mat? So this is Chris is using the Belcher mat, and Farrell is actually using the champion mat for these events. Let me get the timer sorted. This top 8 is untimed. So yeah, that is the champion mat that the winner of this tournament will also be given. I don't think, yeah, Farrell definitely doesn't already have one of the mats, so unless someone gave him to him, or if he's just using the one that will be awarded. I don't know exactly where this mat came from, or if he borrowed one. But yeah, that is the champion mat. It's got it's like a map of Canada with like a bunch of animals and stuff like that on it. It's kind of cool. So yeah, these two are friends. They actually, they drove together from Kelowna today. Both of them playing for their invite in Calgary. 1 versus 8. Chris is going to be on the draw. So we get to see a classic friend fight. Both are going to be happy for whoever wins, but neither one is going to go home with the result they wanted in the invite to the regional championships in November. The players are discussing if they just kept shuffling forever, how long it would take for me to go over there and yell at them. I'm like, like a couple minutes. All right, Chris's mulligan, Farrell's keeping. Yeah, Chris, pretty correctly, knowing the matchup, has mulliganed one of his slower hands. He needs a little bit of interaction, and then he needs but also needs to be able to threaten to actually kill Farrell quickly. None of this turn 6, like, were for 7 kind of thing. that's not going to be fast enough to deal with how fast these prowess decks are. I've been kind of outspoken about how difficult it is to beat the prowess deck. It's easily, I think, the best deck in the format right now. We had actually in our group chat last night, Farrell was asking, should I play Belcher or should I play Prowess? And I believe everyone unanimously told him to play Prowess, including Chris, who says he's Belcher's biggest enjoyer. So when even the Belcher player is telling you to not play Belcher, you should play Prowess, the deck might be okay. So Farrell's going to start with a Preordain, which is a little bit on the slower side. Chris gets to breathe a little bit. Bottom both. I think those are Swiss Spheres. Just for people who are interested in some of the other matches in the bracket, the matchup I was really excited to bring you was the Jeskai Splinter Twin deck did make top 8, and I was super excited to bring that back, except for the fact that the top 8 match is a rematch of that deck versus Storm that we already saw in the Swiss. So rather than bring you the Twin deck playing the exact same matchup we already saw, we'll be bringing you this match instead. But maybe we'll get some Splinter Twin in top 4, who knows. Thero is going to plot Slick Shot Show Off, threatening a very explosive turn next turn. Chris is going to play his land untapped for turn. I believe takes. Oh, and Farrell took 2, and Chris took, I believe, 3. Thundertrap Trainer. Less good against Slick Shot Show Off, but if Chris has a Flare of Denial, he might need to fire it. Surveil from Farrell. Puts his top card into the graveyard. Here's Corey Steele. Now, okay. Shoal Pitch Trainer counters the Corey Steele Cutter. Slickshot's gonna come in. Get in just for 1 damage. Okay. Chris gets some breathing room. 13 for Chris. Really sucks playing the Belcher deck and just having to take 1,000,000 damage off your lands. So Chris is here as representing a Flare. Farrell cracking a draw land, Fiery Islet. Flashback Lava Dart, target Chris. Chris goes to 12. Attack for 3. Yeah. Chris at 9. Farrell has no follow. Chris and Step Word for 0. This could be it. Put the Lotus Spoon in play. Farrell's just holding on to a bunch of lands. Yeah, Farrell's hand is all lands. Farrell's conceding? Oh yeah, and we know that Chris has the Belcher. I mean, I guess we have to know that Chris has another land. If I was Farrell, I would have made him show me. But oh yeah, there was one, I think. Oh, I forgot to update the pips. 1 second, let me do that. So Chris actually takes game 1 on the draw after an incredibly bad draw from Farrell. Now, there's a little bit of an extra pressure on Farrell specifically coming into this match. He only has a couple of shots to qualify for Calgary. He is a student here and is flying back home in a couple of weeks. So he basically won't be able to qualify for the regional championships except by LCQing if he doesn't do it either this weekend or next weekend. So, coming in at the number 1 seed, you know he wants this. You know he wants to get his invite out of the way and not have to worry about trying to LCQ in November. So, certainly got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. But, Chris is not going to make it easy. Looking at the sideboard plans for both, Farrell has 2 Surgical Extractions, 4 Consigned to Memories, 2 Spell Pierces that I assume are all coming in 8 cards. Might be overboarding if we bring all of them in, but they are all pretty good. Chris is going to be bringing in probably some Into the Floodmaws, maybe a Karn or two, just in case your Belchers get surgicaled, and probably 2 copies of Unable to Scream. But if I had to choose who improves more post-board, it's absolutely Feral. And this matchup is rough. I know Chris thinks this matchup is generally rough for him. So, the fact that he stole game 1 is really important if he wants any chance in this matchup. Now, Feral has 3 copies of Violent Urge in his deck, and I'm not actually sure which card that is off the top of my head. That is the Duskworn card that gives +1/+0 and first strike as an instant for 1. And then if you have Delirium, it gives double strike. Very cool. Lets you kind of just kill people out of nowhere with a slick shot show off. Alright, best luck to both players. There is the Karn. Okay, Chris did board in Karns. Did realize that Feral would be bringing in the surgical extractions. Chris is good on Mulligan, though. Hand's a little too slow for the speed of Feral's deck. And if you're Feral, you're just really hoping to have just something vaguely resembling a more functional draw than last game. And I think he's already done that. We see, I believe that's Consign, Bauble, Swift Spear, 3 land, and another spell. Nothing, not insane, but very reasonable. Chris has said this is kind of keepable. Always the sign of confidence when someone is debating that. What card's he gonna put back? Feral fetches to 19. Basic Mountain Swift Spear coming out the gate. Disrupting Shoal, pitch into the Floodmaw, counter your Swift Spear. Bauble yourself, Feral does. Interesting. Okay, baubles for each player. Draws 2. Draws a land, another Swift Spear. Still no cutter, no slick shot, so still a lower power draw. I believe that's 4 lands I've seen from Feral, which is kind of a lot. Jwari Disruption tapped. Scalding Tarn, Swift Spear. 19 all. Not the fastest start Feral wants. Chris draws Thundertrap Trainer added to the grip. 16. Thundertrap comes in. Lotus Bloom, Tameshi, Seagate Restoration, and I couldn't quite see the last card that he saw. Schwelsener. Oh, that's an excellent choice. Okay. Feral's gonna fetch to it should be 18. He said 19. I hope they meant 18. Because that has been 2 fetches. We'll have a Surveil off the Thundering Falls. Am I dead? Asks Chris. Not quite. Just a little bit. You gonna block Chris? One thing I'm kind of interested in is I wonder how many lava darts Feral kept in, because they are super good at generating prowess triggers, but they don't match up particularly well against the actual cards in Chris's deck. Alright, Feral's fetched down to 17. Oh, okay. Well, there's the answer to my question. At least some number of lava darts have stayed in. Chris is down to 7 after all these prowess triggers are accounted for and burn spells. Went from kind of a slow start to here's still a ton of damage, but can Feral follow up and actually close it out? But again, it's having to pay so much life for your Lance to play untapped as the Belcher deck is super stressful in this match. Tap land pass from Chris. So, one thing to think about here is Chris didn't block the Swiftspear last turn, and I'm wondering if Chris was representing a flare. Chris blocks here, though, and no prowess triggers from Feral. The block is clean. Feral shocks in the steam vents and passes. Suspends a Lotus Bloom from Chris. Alright, Chris passes. Big dresser from Feral. Ooh, I believe that is the Violent Urge. +1/+0 first strike. Delete double strike if you have Delirium. Here's Mutagenic Growth. Feral pays 2 life. Oh, it was not that. Maybe it was Mutagenic Growth and I just misread it from the camera angle. Damage goes through and Chris stays at 7. End step War for 0. Here's Lotus Bloom. Does Chris have his Belcher? Tick down on the Bloom. Shoal, Sink into Stupor, Spell Snare. And another blue card that I think Tameshi. Yeah, it doesn't do enough. I mean, you can. Oh, there is a Belcher in the graveyard? No, that's a Shoal. Yeah. So you can draw a card here, at least for if you're Chris. Doesn't draw his card. Did he? Oh, that was another Lotus Bloom? Pass turn. Interesting he didn't suspend it. I wonder if it's just to preserve information. Bolt for Feral. Bolt's pretty good. But Chris does have some counter magic up. Oh, actually, you know what? I wonder if he kept the Lotus Bloom in hand so that he can pitch it to counter a Mishra's Bauble on 0. That's kind of interesting. Block from Tameshi. Oh, okay, there was the Violent Urge. Double strike. So it's a 3-2 with double strike. That resolves. Farrell asks to move to damage. I think, yeah, you gotta fire this sink. Yeah, bounce the Swift Spear. Tameshi gets... Oh. Swift Spear should be in hand, yeah. Okay, that is a consign for Farrell. So Farrell isn't dead to a single Belcher. But the issue is Farrell is dead to a Whir for Belcher. Shoal Pitch Spellsnare is going to counter the Bolt on Tameshi, keeping Chris's draws alive. Chris doesn't know about this consign. Here's Trainer. Dig 4 deep. There's a Whir. Whir's pretty good. Whir, sink. Yeah, gets a Whir. This second Lotus Loom is coming off next turn. I think you gotta suspend this Loom this turn. I think. But unless. Yeah. Like, you're able to conceal enough information with this Tameshi activations drawing you cards that I really don't think you gain much by preserving this Bloom in hand. Chris makes the land drop for the turn. Back to Farrell. That's a Lava Dart. Lava Dart Swift Spear is a lot of damage. But this Thunder Trap Trainer, I assume, is just chump blocking. The only ways that Farrell gets trample is his Quarry Steel Cutters, which he hasn't drawn all match. Block from the trainer. You gotta fire this Lava Dart now, right? Like, if you don't do it now, you're just in the same position next turn. You just gotta go upstairs, I think. Your Lava Dart isn't gonna get any better. I wonder if Farrell is thinking about if he has to keep Replicate mana up. That's gotta be what he's thinking about. Because Chris does have a number of counter spells that could counter the 1-drop, right? Like Shoal plus any one. But I don't know. I think this game is so tight that I think I would use a Lava Dart and push through. Chris has gone through a lot of Shoals already. But I guess even then, just the amount of mana Chris can make, he might be able to just hardcast a counter and you need it for that. So if I'm Chris, the way I'm reading Farrell tanking so long on this are the cards I'm immediately thinking of are Lava Dart and Mutagenic Growth, because those are both cards that could convert to a lot more damage later on that would make me pause, right? Like, I don't think this is ever the +1 double strike trick. I think that would be a pretty easy play. But I do think I think if you're Chris, you do have to read this is exactly consign plus one of those kind of narrow 1-mana cards that could be more damage later. But I would absolutely feel like I need to have the read on consign here. Farrell's thinking about if this Lotus Bloom resolves. It's got to resolve. Consign the cast trigger. Jwari Disruption on... Yes, that... Yeah, I mean, definitely if Farrell hadn't burned the lava dart, would have been able to force through. But I don't think that that's the card you want to consign. Chris says you have no hand. I can just go off, right? Farrell says, yep. Now Chris is like, I have to do math. Are we going to have an upset in this top 8? The number 8 seed beating the number 1 seed in 2-0 fashion in a matchup that I think favors Farrell. Chris is whipping out the notepad, making sure that all his mana lines up. Alright, Bloom down, 3 white. Bring back the Bloom. Draw a card. Chris is floating 9 mana now. Not quite enough for Word yet, but will be shortly after a couple more Tameshi activations. Bounce Both My Lands has been called. 2 more looks. Yeah, that's in the graveyard. 2 more Lotus Blooms back in play. 15 mana right now. Oh, Chris at 6. I guess I missed a point. Oh, I missed the point from the lava dart, yeah. Chris checking the lava darts that Farrell has in graveyard. Plays Suppression Race return. Sack for 3 white, 12 mana. I guess I missed a mana activation somewhere here. 14 mana is what Chris is saying he has access to. 4 for 4. Kill you? Chris did not board in the island. No extreme sweat for us this time. Nice. Alright. GG's. Chris is going to Calgary. Farrell has to come back next week and try again. And yeah, wow. Congrats to Chris. Congrats on the RC invite. Strong player. Just unfortunately, Farrell couldn't make it work, so he'll be in the streets battling again in Vernon next weekend. But we still have to crown a champion. We still have more Magic to play. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw you to the Be Right Back screen. I'm going to check and see if there are any matches remaining in the top 8 that have games that haven't started yet. And if I can sneak half a game in, or half a match in, sneak like a game 3 in, I'll bring that to you guys. But if not, I will see you back for the semifinals in a few minutes. This is Zach for the Game Hub. We will see you shortly.
Yeah, I'm on 41 cards. I just I signed for like, there's like all. But I didn't bring any creatures in, like, I need a lot of how many years? It's cool. That's so bad. For one myself in this game. Now that I know, prowess plays. Yeah. I never look. I just watch. Yeah, I think yeah. I should have told you. Yeah, that was terrible. Oh no, I kept forming the steals. Yeah, I want that. Oh, that was maybe a 2-0 there. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the game 2 isn't doing anything on certain ones. Or no, you can just hate being older.
from a stranger on my phone. My vision blurry, so I forget. Dying to hold you, but you left me here for dead. How could I do what I've done if I'm in love? You know I did what I did, you loaded the gun. I don't wanna think about you anyway. I do it anyway. Yeah, didn't mean to do it every day. I do it anyway. Don't wanna think about you anyway. I do it anyway. Messing with monsters up in my head. Lie to myself, lying beside her in my bed. Paint over pictures you left behind. I'd punch the walls if it would make you change your mind. How could I do what I've done if I'm in love? You know I did what I did, you loaded the gun. And I don't wanna think about you anyway. I do it anyway. Yeah, didn't mean to do it every day.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Game Hub for the semifinals. We have 2 more matches of Magic to play. The other side of the semifinals is Gordo versus Chris, the Samwise versus Belcher matchup. They have already started playing, but I waited to make sure I could bring you this matchup, which I am super excited for. We are watching Brady versus Thomas. It's going to be Jeskai Splinter Twin against Blue-Black Oculus. Not a matchup I think any of us expected to be in this top 4, but one I am super stoked for. Yeah, it's going to be Brady versus Thomas. Yeah. Let me... I gotta set all my stuff up. Semis. Top 4. Yeah, who has the better map? One of them has a Chiller Pillar map, which is really good already. It's pretty hard for them to beat that. I believe on the left is going to be Thomas. And for anyone who is wondering, the players will not be splitting top 4. We are here to game. The 4 people receiving invites this weekend are Thomas, Brady, Gordo, and Chris. Your top 4 being Blue-Black, Splinter Twin, Samwise, and Belcher. So, a nice little variety of decks. The 2 big decks that we thought would do well coming into this tournament, not represented. Both Prowess and Boros, despite a lot of pilots, have not converted into invites this weekend. So do with that information what you will. All right. I don't know. I think the players may have wanted just a breather. They just finished their quarterfinal match. The Blue-Black deck took out energy. To make it here. Ken Darlington fell to Brady. So, I'm just gonna make sure that they're setting up here. All right, yeah, looks like we've got some players going to the washroom and stuff like that just before the event kicks off for this top 4. So let's go through these lists here really quick. I don't have a way to bring them up on stream, but I'll go through them really quick. So Brady's Blue-Black list, the cool stuff is like we talked about earlier. It does play the full 4/4 set of Oculus and Unearth. Issuing no Tamios or anything like that. It is trying to kind of cheese you with that strategy. And then going into the twin matchup for the control deck, they're going to have Thoughtseizes, maybe Harbinger of the Seas, Mystical Disputes, and we might even see the spicy sideboard Jace the Mind Sculptor coming in out of the board of the Blue-Black deck. Very exciting to see that. On the other side, if you thought one Jace the Mind Sculptor was already too many for this top 4 match, our Splinter Twin player Brady or Thomas is in fact also playing a Jace the Mind Sculptor in the main deck. So, if you are a fan of the best Planeswalker from 2012 or whenever that guy came out, stay tuned in. Interesting stuff coming out of the Jeskai deck post board. It's going to be not too much actually. A Ghost Vacuum will stem the bleeding of the Oculus a little bit. Mystical Dispute as well. Soul Guide Lantern. Maybe a Surgical Extraction comes in. But neither player is looking to particularly improve a lot post board. It's mostly going to be these two decks core game plans going at each other for hopefully 3 games. Should be very exciting. One thing that is going to be a little bit annoying is the spot removal suite that Thomas has chosen to bring is a little bit less effective against what Brady's doing. Specifically, 4 copies of Lightning Bolt and 3 copies of Flame of Anor will be a little rough, just because Lightning Bolt works super badly into Psychic Frog, Oculus, and Murktide Regent. Doesn't actually do anything in this matchup other than maybe go upstairs, but the Jeskai deck does not want to be upstairs. I do not have a standings command, but our top 4 decks are Twin, Blue-Black, Belcher, and Samwise. The top 8 decks that were eliminated were Blue-Red Phoenix, Blue-Red Prowess, Boros Energy, and what was the other one I'm missing? Maybe another Boros Energy. Or no, it's another Prowess. So, yeah. A bunch of the top decks did make top 8, but did get eliminated. Alright. We got mats. We got both players rocking the Chiller Pillar mats. Brady with a top 8 one. Thomas with just that participation one. For anyone who doesn't know, the Chiller Pillar is an annual tournament put on by some of the folks here in Kamloops to support a community member and their struggles with cancer. Fantastic event put on by local Andrew Snookins, who is just a great community member and really puts on an awesome show. We're going to be doing the, I believe, third or fourth annual one this summer. It's going to be a huge event, multi-day, modern, legacy, main events, and then all sorts of side events. Everyone from the interior of BC is going to be here. We've even had some Americans come up in the past. So if you want to win one of this year's versions of the Chiller Pillar mat, I do encourage you to look up Chiller Pillar on Facebook, and you can find all the information there. It's going to be a fantastic weekend, fantastic series of Magic games, and that's where these guys' mats are both from. A really awesome tournament for a great cause out here in central BC. So now for standings, I actually don't know. I don't know who has play draw in this one, but we'll find out. Yeah, I don't have access to the actual event link. That's outside in a different room I'm in. Oh. I am very excited to see what this Splinter Twin deck can do. Since we saw it kind of get rolled in the earlier match, but he actually played the rematch against the same Storm player that we showed you on stream, and actually took it down this time. I saw a Splinter Twin on a Thunder Trap trainer, and the Thunder Trap trainer just drew 1,000,000 cards. Alright. So, Brady will get choice of player draw. Brady was the higher seed, 3rd seed coming into top 8. Thomas was 7th. Let's see what we've got. Splinter Twin on the draw is going to be a little bit rough. These Thoughtseizes, Cheap Disruption from the Blue-Black deck are going to match up really well into the more clunky Jeskai deck. But the Blue-Black deck is taking a mulligan, so definitely anyone's game. Thomas is recounting the story of his one land preordained, never see another land from the previous feature match. So as his opponent mulligans a one lander, so Thomas well aware of the danger of such a keep. All right, better 6. Let's see it. What do we have? Looks okay. I think that's a Psychic Frog. I think Psychic Frog, Unearth, Oculus. I think it might be 2 Oculuses, a couple lands. Yeah, just deciding what he wants to put back. And then on the other side, we have Splinter Twin, Counterspell, Prismatic Ending, couple lands. Didn't see the other cards. All right, Brady's made his decision. We are off to the races. Welcome to Top 4. Fluted Delta, let's go. Another Counterspell, 18. Priority off the top, let's go. Thundertrap Trainer, Lightning Bolt are the cards we can see. Thundertrap Trainer is a great option, I think, really early. Yeah, he's going to keep that. The Lightning Bolt we talked about, not really good against any of the threats that Brady's playing. Brady's going to fetch. The Thundertrap Trainer is really nice because one of the biggest ways you're going to be under pressure early in this game is going to be those Psychic Frogs. And if you're able to actually get a block off with the Thundertrap Trainer, that's probably going to be a good amount of value. You're effectively taking a card away from your opponent. And your opponent's not always going to have 3 cards they can exile like right away on turn 1 or 2, or turn 2 or 3. They can obviously discard cards to the frog itself, but you do your opponent just doesn't get it for free, which is kind of nice. Now we know that Brady's perfectly happy to just discard an Oculus to frog and unearth it, but I still think that Thomas is playing it correctly. There's Darksnook Shores. Here's frog. I would be shocked if this does not meet a prismatic ending though. 16. There's the whiteboard of prismatic ending. Out of Mystery Booster 2. Oh, interesting. Brady is discarding to Psychic Frog in response, effectively telegraphing this on Earth. And you have got to be very scared if you're Thomas. Here's that turn 3 Oculus, right ahead of schedule. Flooded Strand, follow it up, go to you, trigger Manifest. And Brady is exactly where he wants to be in this matchup. One thing to note, this twin deck is not playing any sort of sweepers. No Supreme Verdicts, nothing like that. So, this Oculus, every time it makes a token or a manifest, it's going to last. Those are all individual cards that need to be dealt with. Or Thomas needs to kill Brady over top of them. Now that's what we know. We know Thomas has a bunch of counterspells, but counterspells don't do anything against this board. And Brady's got a second Oculus he can fire at Rock here. It probably would meet a counterspell. But we'll go in for 7. Yeah, no blocks. 9. Yeah. Delta Pass and Step Fetch 8. Does not develop the other Oculus. We don't know how much Brady knows about the specifics of Thomas's lists. Very reasonable that he might just be worried about playing into a possible Supreme Verdict or something like that. Supreme Verdict, even maybe a Terminus or something like that. So, just playing it safe, probably leaving up some counter spells or something like that. So, I think playing it pretty reasonably. Thundering Falls, notably not a Deceiver Exarch, so Brady is in no risk of dying this turn. Manifest again. There's another land. No exciting cards for Thomas, really. Thundertrap coming in. This is going to get Spell Snare, I think. Stern Scolding. All right, I'm dead, says Thomas. We have packed it up, and yes, the unearthed Oculus absolutely takes it. Wrong one. So yeah, I think listening to some of the table talk, and I think Brady might actually just not know what Thomas is doing. I think they might doesn't know that twin is happening. So, for example, a card that I think Brady probably should keep in is Stern Scolding. But if you haven't seen twin and you just saw Thundertrap trainers, maybe you cut them because that's not traditionally a card that's great against control. Thomas is boarding out his Snapcaster. That's wild. I feel like Snapcaster is a great card in this matchup. Get those bolts out of here. The bolts don't do anything. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, I would just get rid of all of them. They don't do anything. Get rid of all the bolts. You are not playing a fair game. Okay, yeah. Alright. Looks like he's got 3 bolts, leaving 1 in. I can respect leaving 1 bolt in. You don't know exactly what your opponent's going to do, and maybe, they don't even know. For example, you could see, something like a Tammy or something like that, and that would be kind of annoying. But, yeah, a lot of the bolts coming out, which I do agree with. Looks like the other semifinal is actually already wrapped up. I see one of the players talking to the store employee. So as soon as there should be no more downtime for the day. We should be able to start the finals right away after this game. We've got Thomas on a mulligan. Brady's still deliberating how he feels about his. I see Unearth, Oculus. I think a frog. I think 2 frogs. I think this might be a 1-lander, yeah. Brady also going to take a mulligan. Thomas has a keep. We have Preordain, alright, which I guess is going to give him, looks like a Thunder Trap Trainer. We got a Surgical, some lands. One thing that's kind of interesting is how aggressively will Brady lean into unearthing Oculus? How many of each of those cards did he actually board out? I think a lot of the time people will trim that package, just because it is weak to a lot of the sideboard stuff your opponent's going to board in. But like I said, I don't think there's a ton of stuff that's really coming in from the side of Brady, unless he decides that he wants to lean into the Harbinger of the Seas plan. We won't know if that's the case for a while. Alright, Brady's announced a keep. Alright. Flooded Strength to 17. This is going to be a Tameo. Alright, Bloodstained Mire. 17 Thoughtseize. Basic Swamp has been called. The jig is now up with this Surgical. So that's a Prismatic Ending Surgical and 2 Preordain. So that's the second Preordain is a copy of the Doctor Who print of Preordain. So if I'm Brady, he does have an Oculus Unearth in his hand, but I don't think he has a way to get it into the yard like right away. Like he has Frog, but it'll be on turn 3. So yeah, I think you probably do take Surgical still. The rest of the hand kind of doesn't do anything. Thomas still needs to dig for a land. This Prismatic Ending isn't even going to be a big deal like for a while. If the Prismatic Ending does hit a Oculus, Thomas still needs to find 2 different colored lands, which, while doable, isn't guaranteed, and that's going to cost a little bit of mana to do anyway. Yeah, one thing that's kind of an interesting dynamic to how the blue control decks play in the current age is that when you have these turn 1 Tamiyo starts, sometimes your opponent just doesn't have anything, and you can just draw 2 cards on turn 2, flip your Tamiyo, and then just it gets out of control. Brady is going to take Prismatic Ending, leaving the Surgical and Preordains, and just says, I'm just not going to play into the Surgical, and effectively try and create virtual card advantage by leaving a card in Thomas's hand that isn't actually going to do anything. Looks like at least 1 land. Oh, maybe not. Clue off Tamiyo, no land drop. Okay, so yeah, that was not a land. It was some other white bordered card. Maybe it was the 1 bolt. Okay, so we've got a Teferi, and is that a Flage? No, there's no Flage in Thomas's deck. Yo, what's up?
I think Gordo, Carol, and I are Presser going to go.
Okay, I'll go home with this. Yeah. Alright, sounds good. See ya. Alright, sorry about that. I was just, we were arranging car rides back home. And that does confirm that our final gamer in the tournament is going to be Chris on Belcher. We'll be waiting in the finals for whoever wins this match. Psychic Frog deployed by Brady. creating number 2. Oh, that's Blood Moon. Interesting, that's a 1-of out of Thomas's sideboard. A little bit ambitious of a card to bring in this matchup. We did hit the land. Flame of Menorah, not a bad one, but definitely still a little bit awkward, because if you're Brady, you might just be willing to discard 4 cards. Thomas is debating whether or not he wants to attack here. I think this attack is not very good. I think if I'm Brady, I'm very content to just discard 2 cards and then exile 3 cards and just eat it. Because the thing is again, if I knew about Flame of Menorah, I know I have to discard a couple of cards anyway, but I think Brady might not know about Flame of Menorah. And if that's the case, then maybe this is a closer decision. So, it's, yeah, it really comes down to, I thought that the players would kind of know each other's lists, or just from it being a smaller event and seeing a lot of what was going on, but I guess not, so we're still thinking about what this frog is going to do. The other thing is if Brady's interested in just casting Oculus, then maybe you let this clue happen, because the clue doesn't really matter, right? This clue is mana inefficient. Thomas already has a clue. If he gets more clues, not a huge deal. Thomas says, I literally have no idea what you're supposed to do, which is pretty funny. Tanking. What do we think we're doing, Brady? No blocks has been called. All right. So, if I am Thomas, I think you do have to key into, this means that either Brady's hand is crazy good, but does not contain Oculus Unearth, or Brady has an Oculus and is attempting to hardcast it. I think those are the 2 realities you construct for yourself if you're Thomas. And I don't know which one exactly he's choosing to believe is the case. Or if it even matters, to be quite honest. It might not matter. But it is, when you're playing Magic at a high level, you do want to be like, how did we get here? What are the decisions my opponent's making that have led them to be in the state? What makes sense? Right? Okay, so here's Frog discarding 2. And now this is going to be hardcast Oculus, I assume. One more we need, which I assume is a fetch land. Yep, that's a Flooded Strand. Or, no, that's a Polluted Delta. Oh, sorry, this should be 15. 15 for both players. Is Brady going to get the basic? He does. So this Blood Moon, a little awkward that Thomas has boarded in. Brady absolutely playing super heads up around it. Also, the fact that Brady got the basics one early might indicate that he has in fact boarded in his Harbingers. But here's the hardcast Oculus. Exile 6. You got it has been called. Upkeep Manifest. 2 copies of Teferi, still no 3rd land. Brutal setup so far. Oh, 14. I missed a fetch, I think. Or I missed the initial frog hit, I think. I think that's what it was. I think Brady is trying to find lethal here. I don't think he has it, but he's certainly thinking about it. His If the Tamio doesn't block, I think he's one card short. Yeah, 13 power is the max he can get to on board. Thomas has got more bricks than a house in his hand. This surgical looking just rancid. Tamio's gonna block the 2/2. Oh, that was another Oculus. Take Thomas down to 6. Brady draws a card. It's going to get 2 more manifests. Ladies and gentlemen, this is over. Like, Exarch, Tap, and Oculus. Still, there's 8 power in the air coming at you. I think there's nothing Thomas has going for him. What an unfortunate showing that we, this Splinter Twin deck, we put it on camera twice, hasn't been able to string it together, but won every other match it was in. So, congrats to Brady. Brady will be moving on to the finals and will be playing against Chris. But that is our top 4, and I will be ready to bring you the finals right away here. Congrats to Brady. Good showing by Thomas. Very cool deck. Wish we got to see a little bit more of what it can offer. I'm going to assume that Brady will stay set up there.
That's true.
That requires the same size.
Alright, I'm gonna chill here for a bit and just see if I don't know if our players want to take a minute before the finals. But if they are good to go, I don't want to miss a second of it. Alright, it does sound like the players are going to split the store credit and play for the mat. And more importantly, a new bonus that has been added to the Canadian RCQ circuit recently is that if you come first place at an in-store RCQ, you get a buy at a face-to-face destination event. So that's just a way that face-to-face has encouraged some of the local stores to run their events, so that if you go to the bigger regional events that aren't quite quote-unquote regional championships, you get rewarded for doing well at your local game store. So, upcoming events. I know there's one coming in Nanaimo coming up in the summer that people might go to. Depending on the vibes. There's also a event in Red Deer. I might be at that one. We'll see. So definitely a nice buy. Nice buy to get as a little bonus. All right. Wow, Chris just said all the other Kelowna guys went to get dinner. Respectfully, I am here. But, yeah, Chris and I will drive back after this match is done. But I'm excited to watch him in the finals. Excited. I love the blue-black deck, too. Really cool to see that deck, rumors of that deck's death may have been exaggerated.
It's so sick. I would roll up with a fully from that. Yeah. Well, even though you use that 4 times, stick them together. The thing that optimal lighting, we have 4 forwards with best champion in it. shows all together. So it's like a friendship. That goes to the friendship. The design like I was in the chat glasses. Glasses and we just got yeah. I want to stay with those
Yeah, so Chris will be on the draw for this match. He is our number 8th seed. Barely squeaked out into top 8, although he was clean, but he did have to win his last round. So we'll see how this goes.
somehow feel kind of bad because we have to make people qualify before we go back for this number. Go next week. Alright, good luck.
Chris is elected to take a mulligan. Unfortunately, that's, I think, a pretty bad matchup to mulligan in. Thoughtseize is such a powerful piece of disruption from Grady, not only because you can take out key combo pieces like Word, like Belcher, but just the information is so important in this matchup. Knowing what axes your opponent's weak on, and then taking specific cards to exacerbate that is really a strength of this blue-black deck. But that said, this blue-black deck is playing a bunch of cards like Fatal Push and stuff like that. Like 4 Fatal Pushes are not going to do much in this matchup, so Brady's good cards are very good, but his bad cards are pretty bad, so let's see what happens. Delta Pass. Alright. Dwari. Disruption tap.
Yeah, it's funny because nobody thought of that first. I did like 4 that trap.
Alright, this is going to be a Surveil on 1 from Brady. Does he high roll a Oculus into the graveyard with an Unearth backup? That's the best case scenario. There is the Oculus off the top. Alright, is there Unearth? Are we going to see Unearth off the top? Alright, does Chris have Shoal or a Force Negation or something like that? What a sequence. That is the absolute best case scenario for Brady. Wouldn't know that he just drew the stone cold nuts based on his body language. Doesn't even go for it. He's just trying to develop Frog. Alright, so that's going to be Shoal pitching Thunder Trap. Belcher drawn for Chris. Chris forgot to spend his Lotus Bloom on 1. Oh no, what a disaster. Especially drawing the Belcher now. Alright, back to Brady. Ooh, that's a Thoughtseize. Yeah. Brutal. We see Tameshi, Sink, and Charbelcher. Kind of an interesting thing. I think I think you can defend taking any of these 3 cards. I think they're... Belcher obviously cripples Chris on the... his win condition axes. You can take the Sink It to Stupor to prevent him from making his 3rd land drop, or you can take Tameshi, which is kind of the glue that bridges the early game into the late game with this Tameshi deck. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting spot. I think you can really do it anyway. I think personally, I might take Sink and just hope to buy some extra time. But maybe because Lotus Bloom's coming off suspend, you just want to take Tameshi. Yeah, I think I've talked myself into it. I think I would take Tameshi here. But like I said, I'm not a super experienced blue-black player of this particular iteration of the deck. Okay, Brady likes to take Belcher. Like I said, I think any of those choices is fine. Watergrave Shocked untap. This is going to be Unearth for the Oculus that we saw happen last turn. There's Oculus. Yeah, Upkeep Trigger, Manifest. Chris also has an Upkeep Trigger, removing that counter off Lotus Bloom. We're going to have to pay attention and see if Chris is forgetting to suspend that Lotus Bloom on turn 1, comes back to bite him. I think it might. Land, tap, pass, and it's a new land. Note that Chris is elected to keep Sink into Stupor in his hand, probably to cast against this Oculus, possibly. Chris takes 7. 13. Pass from Brady. Upkeep. Triggers for both players. So yeah, this Lotus Bloom could be in play. I believe that's another Sink into Superhedra. Alright, land, pass. End-step fetch from Brady. Another Undercity Sewers. Alright, well, I think Chris has basically just one turn to get out of this, and anything short of a natural Belcher, I think, is gonna mean he dies. I don't know if Brady has a counterspell in hand. If he does, I think it's just straight up over. Nine is good. Chris down to 4. End step. Attempt to bounce Oculus. I don't think that's going to do very much, but I mean, maybe Brady counters. Sink your Sink has been called. That's a wild. Okay, so Brady has to have another counter if he's willing to do that. I think the Sink makes no sense. Because I would just keep the Sink for a possible Belcher. Oh, Tameshi is there, I believe. Ooh. If this Tameshi gets through, Chris could win. Wow. There's... And Chris has Shoal. 5 in the pool. Floating 2 white. Tameshi resolves. Disrupting Shoal. Pitch Sink counters the Dismember. Exactly Dismember. Max punished. This Tameshi stays alive. Chris draws a card, gets his land back, and now gets to make 1 million mana, and is going to be able to activate Tameshi to put Belcher back into play and win the game. This Sink into Stupor from Brady is actually going to cost him the match, or the game. This Oculus didn't need to fight over it. If you just sunk this Tameshi, it would have been over. Three more white. 4 white in the pool. 4 white, 2 blue. Tapped out. 6 mana available. Down to 5 mana with a Lotus Bloom. 8 mana. Yeah, this it's 5 mana to bring back Belcher, and then 3 mana. You just need 8 mana, so I think you just have it. You can do this to be safe against something.
Sorry, I don't know. I paid one. I have one left. I paid. I have one left. There's one.
Here's the Belcher. Yeah, back into play with a Lotus Bloom. Activate Belcher. Target you. Yeah, and that's the game. And Brady says, I think maybe I should have just let you bounce the Oculus. And that's absolutely correct. Yeah, Brady a little bit unfamiliar with the matchup. So, huge huge steal from Chris. Oh. So, Chris is up a game against Brady. So I actually didn't grab Chris's deck list. But stuff coming in from the blue-black side is going to be 4 Consigned to Memories for sure. A Surgical Extraction, another Thoughtseize, Mystical Dispute, maybe a Jason Mind Sculptor, depending. And then cards coming out are almost... Oh, and the Nihil Spellbombs actually might also come in, against Tameshi. Cards that I expect to come out, basically all the removal. Fatal Pushes, and the Dismember might stay. Maybe the one Dismember stays just because it does kill Tameshi. And I kind of expect him to trim on some of the kill conditions. Like, for example, I think you might trim... you could trim Murky, possibly. It's pretty weak into Sink into Stupor. The only good thing about Murky is that it's really hard to hit with a Shoal. 7. The only 7 in Chris's deck is Seagate Restoration, which does exist, but it's kind of narrow. So it is a little bit harder to get countered. I'm just getting sent dinner plan messages from the folks who have already gone for dinner. So glad to see that people are organized. I still think this matchup is going to be pretty difficult for Chris. I think Brady, just his unfamiliarity with the matchup is what cost him. So we'll see if he can turn it around for games 2 and possibly 3. Brady has just asked Chris, does Disrupting Shoal have to exactly match the CMC? And that's correct, it does. And he's like, wait, so your last 2 cards were exactly Shoal plus 3 draw? And Chris is like, yep. But, I mean, you know, that game was Brady's, if you just didn't sink. Alright, I see a Shoal. I think I see 2 Shoals, a Sink, Suppression Rays. I think 2 Suppression Rays. Hand seems kind of underwhelming from Chris's side. There's Consign, an Oculus, a Counterspell from Brady. Alright, Chris has capped. Brady has mulliganed. Yeah, Brady says that was a 1-lander, so that does check out. Alright, Brady is kept. What are we? We're putting one back, and let's get started. That's a Verdant Catacombs pass. It's still kind of crazy to think that last round, Brady hit the absolute nuts right away with turn 1, Surveil, then Oculus, draw, Unearth. Didn't go for it. And then lost. Kind of a wild sequence of events. Alright, here's Sewers. Misty Rainforest for Brady. Alright, we got Basic Island Frog has been called. Shoal Pitch Vale. And this frog will go to the bin. Alright, back to Chris. Ooh, there's a Grafdigger's Cage. That's going to stop Unearth. And I think that's basically it. Yeah, it just stops Unearth. Murktide and Hardcast Oculus are both still fine. Kind of a weak sideboard card, but I do understand if you want to just like actually make your opponent delay a little bit. Here's Philology Archaeologist for Chris. That's not one we've seen on camera today. But so Chris gets to mill 3 cards, put a non-creature, non-land card from among them into his hand, and then if he doesn't, put a +1 counter on Philology. And normally this card can't get lands, but because all of Chris's quote-unquote lands are MDFCs, he's actually able to get the Being Veil and actually access some mana from this Philology. A kind of nice trick that basically only this deck can do. Whereas if you play Philology in something like Esper Goryo's deck, it wouldn't be able to get lands. Alright, there's Surveil from Brady. Vinza Stern Scolding. Kind of a strange card to keep in, I think. I guess it does counter Tameshi and Thunder Trap, but I don't know that that's the axis you wanna fight on. Given that you have so many good cards, I think. Pass from Chris doesn't have a 4th land. Pass from Brady after playing a Water Griff. Now the awkward thing here is because the Grafdigger's Cage does shut off on Earth, hardcasting Oculus does mean you're a lot more susceptible to any of Chris's counterspells. Especially if Chris is just leaving 3 mana up. It's kind of annoying. It's a kind of high risk play. Chris has found a few more lands and is just playing them and slowly developing. Brady is not doing anything either. Both players just kind of staring at each other and developing a little bit. Here's a Oculus with the Hardcast. And then I assume this is going to be... Shoal Pitch Sink has been called. I'm kind of interested that he went Shoal, Pitch, Sink instead of just casting Sink. And then this is going to be a Spell Snare on the counter spell. Resolve the stack, counter. Brady has 4 cards left. Chris has 5, but Chris has a ton of lands in play. Well, that's a nowhere to, or that's a unable to scream, I believe. Be useful if an Oculus does hit the board. Useful if a Murktide Region does hit play. But here's Thoughtseize. Shoal Scream. Kind of surprised that. Oh yeah, I guess yeah. Chris has 2 Shoals, so no point really countering this Thoughtseize because you can just keep up Shoal for X equals 3 with mana. Takes a Shoal or takes the screen. Chris plays Seagate Restoration. I've talked a lot with Chris about casting Seagate Restoration. I'm kind of surprised he played it that fast. Like I think it might have been a little bit more correct to just hold off until you draw like maybe a couple more lands, and you might actually try and hardcast it this game, given how slow the pace of the play is. Yeah. Here's a Cycled Unearth. Obviously, that card's not doing anything against Cage. It's kind of also the reason why I'm not like a huge fan of Cage, is that like the one card it like quote unquote blanks is just has cycling. Alright, back to Brady. Both players staring daggers at each other. I can't actually see their faces, but I'd like to pretend they're staring daggers at each other. End of turn, we have flashed in a Hydroelectric Specimen. It's a 1/4 with flash that like changes the target of a spell. This is just a 1/4, it's just here to start battling. Alright, we see that Brady does in fact have, I believe that's a Surgical, a Mystical Dispute, and a Consign in hand. So lots of action, but nothing you actually want to spend on this 1/4. See, again, if Chris had oh, this is 14, sorry, I missed a few, I missed some Thoughtseizes. If Chris had, held the Seagate Restoration, he could have actually gone to cast it. Now, I'm not sure how important that would have been, because that clearly would have just gotten Mystical Disputed, whereas, you know, if we have 13 more turns of action here, this Specimen might actually do it. And it does also, like, kind of force Brady to act eventually. Brady is declared almost out of fetchable lands. We can check the deck list right here. Yeah. For fetchables, he plays 2 Water Graves, 2 Undercity Sewers, 1 Swamp, 2 Islands. So that's 7? Yeah, so I believe all 7 fetchable sources are in play. Unless one of those is a Dark Slick Shores, and I just can't read it from here. Surgical Targeting Disrupting Shoal has been called. X is 1, counters the Disrupting Shoal because Brady knows there's a Shoal in Chris's hand. So Chris is like, well, I might as well counter it because I'm losing it anyway. Oculus comes in. Is this going to resolve? Shoal Pitch 1/4. Yeah. Mystical Dispute not doing anything here. Chris still has more than enough mana to pay for it. But there is Counterspell. Yeah. Yeah, that is the one thing. Yeah, Grafdigger's Cage does stop Manifest Dread. So Brady will just mill 2. This is just a 5/5 flyer. Very cool. That interaction doesn't come up every day. The nice thing here about Chris having 7 lands also is that you can play Belcher and not get it countered. And just pay for Dispute. It just doesn't do anything. Like, your opponent does it, and then your Belcher still resolves. Here's Mystical Dispute. Chris did go for Thundertrap Trainer with the Offspring cost. One of the few plays his deck can do that does actually still get countered by Mystical Dispute this late in the game. Chris at 20 still. Yeah, the Brady's also just confirming that has a lot of work to do. Chris is at 15. Mill 2. Philology from Chris. The players are just confirming with the judge that Grafdigger Cage stops Oculus, and that is correct. So, but they might just be getting just triple checking with the judge, which is always very reasonable to do. Make sure, especially in a game, game that matters like this. But yeah, that I actually hadn't thought about that. Yeah, that does actually matter. All right, philology resolves. Let's see, what does Chris hit? Commandeer. Suppression rates. Commandeer's like not great here. Chris doesn't actually have access to a Lotus Bloom. He's taking Commandeer. Commandeer's like okay, but I actually... Yeah, I don't know. I guess the game is going to be over unless Chris draws an ouch to this Oculus. So maybe it doesn't matter. Like before the Lotus Bloom would come off suspend. Chris noticed he forgot to attack with one of his 1/4s for that previous turn. Thoughtseize, you commandeer this, commandeer this, commandeer this! Yeah, I commandeer this! Stubborn denial, target the commandeer. Okay. Alright, Thoughtseize resolves. You get a Dwari. Alright. Chris is at 5. Chris needs to draw like a Belcher, like... He needs to draw a Belcher. He needs to be good enough. Funnily enough, a Suppression Raise is also actually not too bad in this matchup, or in this spot. Oh, Brady has forgotten the mill trigger, but it is beneficial, so... See it Restoration, draw a card. Negation. Alright, that is going to be it. We are going to game 3, everyone. Game 3. What a game, indeed. Alright, so this time, Chris is going to be on the play. Pretty important, being able to at least breathe a little bit before getting actually kind of run over by Psychic Frogs is pretty beneficial.
It's even better because you're having to use your hands. Yeah, that's what I did. I didn't draw that. And I couldn't do it. I was not able to do this.
Alright, Chris going first. Good luck to both players. What do we see? Sink into Stupor, Shoal, Chris Mulligans. Brady has, I believe, Sewers, Unearth, a Fetch Land, maybe 2 Unearths? Not quite sure. Brady's also going to mulligan. Okay, both players are going to 6. All right, let's see what our players have on their 6s. We see Chris has the Karn, scared of surgical extraction effects. Chris and Brady have both decided to keep their hands. Chris starts with a tap land, passes the turn. Thoughtseize on 1, basically the best start that Brady can ask for. Sync, Karn, Flare, Thundertrap, and Whir are the reveals. So, Brady actually didn't know why Karn was in the deck. Chris did actually out itself and say it's for surgical effects. Yeah, I think if you're Brady, you just take Sync into Super. Chris also just told him that too, which, I don't know, Chris is a great guy, but he is definitely spewing a little bit of information that might be unnecessary. Alright, Brady's gonna take Thundertrap though. Taking Thundertrap does have the upside of kind of weakening the strength of Flare Denial if Chris doesn't have a creature to access. I believe that's a Belcher we just drew. Oculus, I think that's a Nile Spellbomb in hand. Alright, Fetch to 15 has been called. Basic Swamp Frog. Frog is going to resolve. Here's Thundertrap. Resolves. Chris gets a trigger. Probably just digging for a land here. Yeah, looks like we got one. Alright, back to Brady. And if I'm Chris, I'm just blocking here every time, I'm pretty sure. The one nice thing is Chris does just have a natural Belcher in hand. No blocks, okay, interesting. Brady draws a card off Oculus. Swamp Thoughtseize. This is a really strong Thoughtseize. Basically, the only way Chris was gonna have a chance is this Belcher. But I think you can flare. Oh, doesn't flare. Okay, interesting. So, yeah, I think Chris is just going to, instead of countering this, is going to try and attempt to force through either Whir or Belcher next turn. I assume Chris has also boarded one of his Belchers out so that Karn can just get it out of the sideboard. Alright, Belcher's been taken. I believe that's 13. And then Unearth, target Oculus. Okay, Flare on the Unearth. Fetch from Brady. Stubborn on the Flare. Alright. Okay, so Chris's hand is Whir and Karn. Okay. Still in it, to be quite honest. Now, I think I may have seen a Nile Spellbomb in Brady's hand. I'm not sure. But if Chris draws a Tameshi, he actually just wins the game, I think. So definitely drawing live. Can't quite see what that card is. It's a Velagi, okay. It's not bad. Dig. Oh, there's Tameshi, but we can't take Tameshi. Sync tapped. Go ahead. So a couple interesting things to consider here with if you're Chris. So the obvious play is you just block Velagi on the 2/2. But I think you also could block Frog, and that's pretty defensible if you just think I need to win next turn by drawing Tameshi, and giving my opponent another draw for a counterspell is bad. Conversely, if you're Brady, yeah, okay, so Chris does go for the block Frog. You could have exiled 3, but I think this does kind of show a second Oculus exactly, right? By not exiling to Frog. But Brady is tapped out now. So again, if Chris draws just straight up Tameshi, I think he is okay. Oh, I did not take. Chris took 7 at least. Oh, I'm just terrible. I was too excited about the match to remember to upgrade life totals. Does that do anything, mutters Chris. Karn in hand. Don't think does anything. You got it. Alright, GG's to Brady. Congratulations to our champion playing Blue-Black Oculus. Blast from the semi-recent past, taking out Chris on his Belcher deck in the finals. What a match. Came back from 1-0 deficit. Chris tried to take it from the 8th seed, could not do it. But congrats to Brady. Incredibly well-deserved run. Played great all day. Figured it out after the first game where stuff was a little bit rough and you didn't quite know what was going on, but absolutely turned it up in games 2 and 3 and made it happen. Thanks to everyone at the Game Hub for hosting this event and letting me cast it. Thanks so much to our judge staff for making sure that everything ran smoothly. I think everyone who came here had a pretty good time and had a really just enjoyable experience playing some good Magic, and thanks for the opportunity to let me cast. It was a great experience, and I hope everyone in chat had a good time as well. So that's going to be it for me for the Game Hub. My name is Zach Turchansky. You can follow me on Blue Sky at ZTURCHAN if you are interested in Magic nonsense. I am around the BC Magic scene and on Moto a lot. If you're interested, congrats again to Brady. We will see Brady, Chris, and the rest of our top 4 in Calgary in November. Hope to see everyone out there watching at Calgary as well, either qualifying or just coming to hang out. It's going to be a blast. Face-to-face always puts on a great show. And good luck to anyone competing in the upcoming regional championships in Montreal in a couple weeks. Best luck to everyone. This has been Zach for the Game Hub, signing off.